Okay. Good morning. Welcome to attend this session. In this case, this session there are six studies, but well, only two will be present in person. The first one is the study of Atanasio Priftis y Jean-Philippe Travichet. I don't know to say exactly your name. Well, when you want to start. Okay.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for those who are here and those who who are not in the way that they are listening, maybe this from their home place or from their office. It's really nice to be in this place, even if it's in a situation which is hybrid and quite complex to have this kind of discussion that we would like to have, but still things have to proceed and somehow happen. And we are happy to be here and do this this workshop with you and participate in this conference. When I say we, it includes myself, Athanasios Priftis, and then Jean-Philippe Trabuchet, which is the Dean of the Business Informatics Department in the Haute École de Gestion in Geneva, which is, let's say, the University of Applied Science in Geneva. And I'm myself a researcher and lecturer in the same department. And we have been working with Jean-Philippe for quite some years now in similar projects, which are always about, let's say, how we advance public services, how we discuss about them, what this digitalization means, and how we advance in all these questions. So this is a common work that we've done and represent today. And before I go, let's say, to more detail in the actual examples and the things that we've done for the state of Geneva, I would like to give you a very brief overview of what it means to be in the to build or to examine services in the state of Geneva. So, as we were discussing before, and maybe most probably unlikely, Geneva itself and the state of Geneva and the Switzerland itself are not members of the Open Government Partnership. And one of the motivations what we're doing this work, it's actually to push them towards the direction, or maybe, let's say, understand why they're not there. But although they are not members of the Open Government Partnership, they are definitely actors in what we call the open government, open data government movements that are right now unraveling themselves everywhere. And in order to understand what's the context behind in this kind of a city like, or a state like the one of Geneva, I have some elements to share with you. The first one is that this kind of very peculiar, let's say not peculiar, but very specific situation, which I can call like federated decentralization, which means that we have states and cantons that are completely autonomous to provide their own services to citizens. However, there is some kind of overall umbrella organization regulation coming from the Swiss federal government overall. So there is a decentralization which is very clear, but it's federated in the sense there are rules that are supposed to be followed from different cantons, but there is enormous possibility of autonomy, and there is enormous possibility of adapting these rules every time, even when it comes to the digital experience. The other one is in a town like Geneva with 400,000 people, let's say, active around. There is some kind of proximity to the service itself. So you're not this kind of very far away. You can actually go to the place and see someone downstairs, or go have a meeting place with someone. Actually arrange a rendezvous, like we say, with these people. So this kind of physical proximity, which is very important actually to how the service itself is viewed and it's experienced. The other one is this quote from Jean-Philippe, the discussion we had yesterday. It's like this kind of direct democracy, experience. It's every time we need to build a small bridge or a bridge, we have to vote. I mean, there is continuous every 3 months, possibilities to vote on issues that are presented either from citizen initiatives or from main parties, political parties. And this happens both at the cantonal, regional, and then federal level. So there is this kind of, of direct democracy experience, which is not it should not be idealized or romanticized, but it exists and people actually know how this works and they participate in a way. Now, never underestimate the power of the postal service. I mean, in all countries, the postal service works good. Somehow, the service after itself finds a way, even in the digital part. And this is very important. Almost all services in Geneva can be implemented through a postal action. So you can actually send the demand to receiver, something behind, resend something. You don't need to actually use some kind of only IT or let's say physical presence. So postal is key for me when it comes to how the process of a service is discussed after. And the final point is that when we're speaking through this kind of last 2 years with different officials coming from the state of Geneva, it becomes very clear that effectiveness and usefulness, and this joins with the current current open government research, effectiveness and usefulness are the key motivators, let's say motivations behind building services. So this is, it's not so much transparency or accountability or let's say other elements of the open government movement, but it's definitely effectiveness and usefulness, the drivers for the service providers, right? Public service providers. Okay. I hope this doesn't go too fast, but if it does, you can stop me and tell me use this too fast. So who worked for this? Apart from the two people that are here today, there's a list of people, students that work in this yearly. This is part of a course that we've organized and that we are involving students with kind of participatory research. So we are not by the two of us just doing things. We are actually having a plan with templates, with questionnaires, and interviews executed by students themselves. So the whole idea of the course is that they become accustomed with the methodology of research and they somehow contribute to the actual results. And I will show you after how this takes, let's say, place. So yeah, so this is a very important part of the research. We don't do this only for Geneva. We do this also as a learning process. We want people to be active in this and understand that they have to change their own attitude when it comes to open government, just not scrutinizing or benchmarking open government, actually doing the interview with the person responsible and know what this person should look about. So it's a learning by doing approach, which is very close to the participatory research design anyway, methodology overall. So why do we do this? Like, as I said, there is, let's say, this kind of need to understand better things. It doesn't, a service that exists by itself doesn't say much. There is a clear need that you have to understand and evaluate what's the governance rules behind, what kind of governance is in place, how this governance is respected or not, how this affects the service itself, and what kind of results the service provides. And we also wanted to understand, to create this kind of ambition for the state of Geneva to actually understand that what they're doing is also close to the open government movement and the open government data, and somehow maybe oblige them, in the sense, invite them to have to think better or more widely in terms of goals and what they should be doing in the futures, if they should start even projects that are open government centered. We like to present our results yearly to the State of Geneva officials and to have their feedback, and we have it often. It's a very interesting exercise. And of course, we always want to publicize what we've done online and have the data accessible to others to see, reuse, and understand how we do things. So just to summarize, we started in 2019, 2020. We've done a first view of benchmarking. Now this year we continued with 2020, 2021. We have already the results coming from the new services examined. We're following the same tendencies. But we have another point that's important to mention, is that we would like to open the open government, let's say, discussion to the public entities, to the public-private companies that have a role to play in citizen services in Geneva. We think that it's a time that the open government principles and methodologies apply not only to the public sector, but also go to the private sector. So the public one will become a biannual exercise. Every 2 years we'll come back and see how this benchmarking goes on. And in the year between, we will focus on the private sector and just try to see what happens in terms of algorithms, in terms of transparency, AI transparency, and so on. I have no clue of what time I have left.
No problem.
No problem. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, and then I will show you this, but it's important to focus just on the main methodology of the benchmarking itself. It's very well known, of course, that when we want to evaluate services, we often go with the three first levels: information, participation, collaboration. It's the OECD way of standardizing open government services and see if they are only an informative level or if they have some kind of participation possibility, meaning that there is this kind of ability for the user to send data, share data, but doesn't mean that the state itself has an obligation to engage the citizen to this participation process. So the participation process is open, but doesn't mean that someone is responsible behind and does actually something with it, or that answers to that, or that has some kind of accountability. And this is exactly the difference with collaboration, at least from what we have done for our methodology. Collaboration for us is the moment that there's a clear engagement for the state to bring something back to the table, right? It's not only participating in terms of data and use and doing the services, but it's about how the state and the responsible of the service actually brings something back to the citizen, either in terms of open data, either in terms of feedback, organized feedback, or resources, or anything else, or in terms of governance. And we added this kind of fourth element that we find very interesting. It's about cooperation. And I'm saying this because that we see it rarely or not at all in other kind of benchmarks. And I will tell you why we don't see it. But cooperation is like this kind of starting from the beginning with the citizen, which means that when you start the service itself, you have engaged from the first place in this kind of co-design and co-deliberation in the whole process from citizens. We don't have any examples of this kind in Geneva, unfortunately. And if we added this fourth parameter, this fourth, let's say, categories, because we want to push the state of Geneva to understand that there is more that we can do with services or with new service design. And we actually believe that this kind of co-design process that goes from the beginning to the end of the cycle of the service needs to be better understood and accepted, which is not today. We have no service in our benchmark that actually has this kind of cooperation, let's say, level. We have around the 40 that we had, 20 will stay in participation level, 4 will move to collaboration, and the rest will be to an informative level. Okay, these are the main questions of the research, which are quite obvious. I think that there's nothing new here. Yes, apart from the fact that we wanted to map and create a comprehensive guide for and view of the state of Geneva and services, and then we have recommendations, and of course we have specific service approach. I will just summarize the results and the recommendations that we have, and then I will go back to show you how the actual website, the platform looks with these results. And then I will conclude with this with the platform itself. Okay, in terms of results, like I said, there are four services that for us are approaching more the open government, let's say, situation, or the open government, let's say, paradigm. First one is the open data portal for all kinds of territorial information data linked to the state of Geneva. This activity is called the Geneva Territorial Information System. It's a system that has been designed as an open data portal, and there we can find all kinds of data sets regarding geographical data sets, water quality, environmental data sets, whatever, transportation data sets. So everything is collection behind this kind of one-stop portal, data portal. And what's interesting, of course, is that data comes with the licenses that go with it. So we know what licenses they use, we know the governance behind. There are different bodies, private sector and public sector bodies that actually run the service together. So it's a really interesting initiative. And there we have all the elements of the collaboration and culture that I was saying before. Second initiative that I need to highlight is it's an initiative called Participe.ch. Participe.ch is a platform which is inspired from the Barcelona Decidim platform, the one of collaboration and common deliberation between citizens. So it's there. There are some projects inside, but there's a very few actually impact or let's say use from citizens. So there is the platform, there is the possibility to actually go and see a project and go and actually participate with comments, and there is answers. Only the uptake of this platform is very low. A very interesting project, especially for this time, comes from Modus Medicale, so my medical file, which is a place, it's a platform that allows users to share their personal medical data, but they have a say to who gets to see what. And this is a very important part, again, why it's collaboration. It's because at this point, the user itself will have the opportunity to say if the doctors or other professionals can actually reuse my data. And this is, we think that this is a good approach when it comes to self, let's say, private data. It's actually have the user engaged and to know with whom the data is actually shared. And the final, let's say, project, initiative that I would like to share with you is the CH Vote, which is a public open source open data voting project that ran from 2004 to 2019. An excellent project in my sense, based on cryptography and very well established open source tools when it comes to election voting. However, this project is now ended because there is a clear movement against electronic voting as a whole. The federal government decided to have a very strict control of how the systems work. So the state of Geneva decided to suspend this project, which for us very interesting. It was very well used in terms of people voting from abroad. It had something like 30% of people from abroad were actually using this platform to vote, not from postal, I want to say, but they are at least 30 of them were using the platform to vote directly, the CS Vote platform. There was less use when it comes to local people, to people actually living in Geneva, because they had their own habits, I mean, when it comes to voting itself. But it was a system that was actually reused after from different institutions to create and run election processes, because it was an open source, of course, free and open source license that people have taken and they were using behind. So this is again a corporation project because it's really giving the opportunity for people to actually do something with this with this initiative. My recommendations, and then I will go to the platform itself. There are many. I will just highlight three here. When we speak to open government, when you speak about open government data, we have to understand that open data goes hand in hand with the open APIs nowadays. We have to make sure that when you say that you give open data, there is an API behind, an interface that actually allows people to actually reuse this data. For us, this is a clear organization and political change that has to happen also for the Geneva itself. But you cannot anymore separate data from APIs. I mean, if you want people to really use them in applications or in other situations, then you need to provide the data, the licensing, the governance, and the APIs that follow the same business model. And I'm saying this because when we review APIs this year, we understood that APIs sometimes are not well documented, they don't have the good licenses, or they're not even functional. So I'm speaking about portals that have open data as a service, right? But the APIs are not as useful as that. So this is a clear, for us, indication for an organization that goes to the open data government way. The second is co-design opportunities. Like I said, this culture of doing things with the citizens. There's a Geneva Lab initiative, which is exactly that, bringing citizens to design together with the public administration the new services. However, when you actually interview people, you see that there is a real lack of resources and actually ambition of how far this initiative should go. And we've done the interviews and we see that actually it's a nice thing to have, but it doesn't have an actual impact really to the services themselves. So it's very limited as an approach. We need to have a bigger, more, let's say, ambitious culture of how co-design should take place with citizens. And finally, there's a new area of research, and I think that one is very interesting, is that when you see open government, particularly open government service design, we need to think more of policy making as a whole in the long term. Right now, when we see open government, we see certain elements that we should respect: transparency, accountability, giving possibility to participate and have feedback. Yes, but why limit this to only now, and why not bringing this later to the macro level? So when you have a service which is non-open government, how does this affect the service in the future? How about retirement services? What do we do with all that in the future? So this is, let's say, the thing that we should be doing more in the future. Before I say thank you and let you alone, I would like just to show you how the platform actually looks like. And I know that we have a bit more time because I can abuse of your time, and I'm happy for that. So you see that we have the policy areas that have been discussed between us two and the students themselves, and we have been decided as the most pertinent for the town itself after seeing many others. Here's a license. Here's a Git. If I click here, you will see that all the information is stored in a Git hub, in a Git instance, in GitHub. The Git is here, just for the sake of it. You can see how the different data have been stored, what are the things inside, and you can access it all by online. If I just go to one of them, and then I will take, which one? Why not elections? You see that you have this kind of template coming with the context of every area, and then inside there will be activities that the students and us have seen together. And of course, I'm going to the one which is already presented, the CS vote. And inside every service, you will find the way that we've worked with students so that do this research. So it's desktop research plus interviews, and then you have the template with the questions to be answered, and then you have people that are responsible, and then the interview itself, either inside, either in questions and then interviews. Yeah, and you see that you have all the information that you need here in this place. And most importantly, you have the tags which allow you to navigate in what we called before the categories. So this one is collaboration. So if I click inside collaboration, then I have the list of tags itself. You see that in collaboration, I have the services that I mentioned before. And then finally, if I want to have an overview of all the tags, I can go to just tags. And then I will have, as you see, as I told you, just to give you the conclusion of this research, you see that we have 4 categories, but only 3 were found in the research. So yeah, that's why we have only 3 tags under tags of open government results. And then we have the activities, and then we have the themes related, and then we have other things. And then if I go to participation, for example, you will see all the services that we reviewed, and they follow under the participation benchmarking. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Atanasio. Thank you for your presentations. Well, any question for Atanasio? Is it necessary to use the microphone to listen to it? Okay. Yes.
And the useful information that you provided us. My name is Dimitris Aradis. I'm from UNU-EGOV. What I would like to ask you is, because I have in my mind that maybe Switzerland, as we described the Cantonese model, is today at least the most closest to the democracy, the classical democracy system of decision making. So I would like to ask if and how you, if you have, I suppose you have institutionalized the process of engaging people, citizens, in decision making, because I suppose you have that at least in physical world. If you have transferred that in the electronic world, I think it is the 4th level that you described. So, and mainly give us 1 or 2 examples, if those exist, that can show to us how you engage, because it's very important. It's not happening too much these days. People, so in this way, I think people can feel the power of participating and then increase their engagement. So if you can give us some information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I was expecting this question because it's one of the points that we discussed with Jean-Philippe before. I will disappoint you in the sense of, or let's say, of the open government context. It doesn't exist as such. It doesn't exist. This kind of process is not yet engaged in the service itself. There is one clear, let's say, area where this happens, which is direct voting for the different referenda happening throughout the year. What this means that people are actually taking time to follow up on an initiative that starts earlier. They can either be with or against, let's say, this initiative. It sometimes can be completely opposite to what they believe in terms of liberal, leftish, rightish feelings, but they do participate in this kind of discussion. When I say they do participate, they participate physically in meetings or in places where they actually meet and discuss how the initiative should take place, or online. Online, there are different forums and the fora, and there are different websites and discussions happening where people actually say, do they like this initiative? Should they vote yes or no against it? Yes, I forgot to say that it's a yes or no question, right? It's not very clever yet, in a sense. The voting is a yes or no situation to the referenda. You don't have other criteria to vote with for, right? But yeah, the actual possibility to directly vote for issues like building a bridge or not, it's for me the way where actually political communication happens in these cantons, in this situation. It's really where people are engaged and they know that they are taking care of their opinion. Their opinion counts because because they engage in a process from early beginning, either to if the initiative should take place, should be proposed, or how the initiative will be voted or not. So it's a very hybrid situation because, of course, it doesn't arrive with it's before the electronic, like this kind of referendum culture. So it's very much engaged in the society. I can see when we are eating in different places that people will discuss informally between them what we do with this initiative. Should we say yes or no? How does it affect us? So it's a very much embodied, if I can say, process. And which gives a great pleasure of actually being part of what happens in the town. But in terms of other initiatives, no. The answer is no. There is no real ambition to actually engage citizens from the first place to all the other services, and we don't have very, let's say, engaging services happening apart from that. Thank you for the question. Really, really great one.
Any question? No? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Ayman, it's your turn. Well, the second, no, it's possible to move the mask when you speak. Yeah. Yes? Okay, no problem.
Good morning. I am very happy to present my work here in UNU-EGOV. And thank you very much for your attendance. In fact, this is some or a part of project research that we are conducting now in Jordan about how we could use Facebook or social media platforms to encourage and increase citizen participation. And in fact, maybe the problem is not just to bring citizens to participate, but maybe the main problem we face that we need citizens to continue participate. On behalf on this research authors, and in the final of this presentation, I will show you something about my city, Salt, and I think it has a Greek name origin. It's called Saltus. So let's start. This is my agenda. for this presentation. I will introduce the problem, then what our research questions, and how we conduct the research, and finally, the implication and conclusion. Let's start first with the citizen participation. As you all know, that electronic participation is about using ICT to encourage citizens to participate in government decision making. However, many e-participation initiatives around the world has faced a problem of limited citizen participation. For that, many governments have or are using social network site for e-participation, especially Facebook. However, or once again, the citizen participation level remains low. We understand that there are many factors may affect citizen acceptance and engaging in e-participation initiatives. However, we were thinking, let's see if the Facebook itself as a platform or as a tool, is it suitable to be used for e-participation or not? So this is the main purpose of this paper, is to investigate if Facebook platform itself as technological means is suitable for e-participation activities or levels. So we have two research questions. First, to what extent Facebook is a suitable platform for citizens to perform e-participation activities or level? And the second research question is, what is or what are e-participation level or levels most fit to be performed through Facebook? Just to remind you about e-participation levels, I know all of you may be familiar with these levels. The first one is e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making. Those three e-participation levels have been widely adopted by United Nations e-participation index. Of course, maybe there are many other frameworks for e-participation. Maybe have from 3 to 5 levels, but we decide to focus on this index. So we have 3 levels. The first one is briefly information. It's concerned with the activities that we, or as a government, to provide information to citizens. E-consultation, at this level, government collects citizen opinion or citizen feedback. And of course, the third one, e-decision making, at this level, government decisions, agenda, or strategies are drawn based on citizen input or suggestions. To answer our questions, we developed this assembled model. The model based on technology task fit theory. As I said in the first of this presentation, that we know that there are many factors may affect or impact citizen continuous use of e-participation, social factors, maybe personal and political, but as I mentioned that this a part of research project focus in technical or technological aspect. So in our model, technology characteristics describe the Facebook features. These are, for example, the comment, notifications, likes and message, and also live stream video or vote, for example. For the task characteristics, at this research, we connect this factor with the 3 e-participation level. And the TTF is reflect the fit between the functionality of Facebook and e-participation levels. And of course, our dependent variable is citizen continuous participation, which reflect citizen frequent engagement in such initiatives implemented through Facebook. By this model, we assume that when the technology characteristics or the features of Facebook are fit and aligned with e-participation level, more citizens will be engaged and continue engaged. This is our proposition from this model, and we test this model as I will explain. For our methodology, our study focused on e-participation initiatives that done or carried out by on Facebook by municipalities in Jordan. We focus on local government context. We have developed a survey, a questionnaire, and we collect our data through online survey. Also, we focus on Jordanian citizens that are actually like or actually following Jordanian municipality Facebook page. And the online survey and the data was collected in 2020, the last October 2020, and we have collected around 211 responses. This is our result based on statistical analysis. We have found that technology characteristics, task characteristics are significantly explain TTF, which in turn has a positive influence on citizen continuous participation. To understand how much the variance in the dependent variable could be explained by our model, we calculated the R square, and we have found that our model explains around 40% in the variation in citizen intention to continue participate in such initiatives. In fact, it's a good ratio. Of course, we still believe that there are many factors may impact citizen intention to continue participate. It's not only about technical factors, but as I said, of course, they have many social, political, or personal factors. For the three participation level, we have found the following: that the citizen are highly agreement to receive information through Facebook. So, for the first level, citizens are welcoming that they have information from municipalities in Facebook. When we go up to a consultation level, we find that Jordanian citizen or responses in our survey, they still have agreement to participate, but with a lesser degree comparing with information level. At the highest level, which is about e-decision making, our results show that they are agreed doubt regarding considering Facebook as a suitable on good platform to carry incentive deliberations and debate with municipalities. So if we can notice that Facebook is more suitable for the first two levels, but in the third level, the citizen show a great doubt about using Facebook in this regard. Maybe we have two major explanation for this result. The first one is about the technology features and motivation of using Facebook. As you know, most of us or most of people around the world using Facebook for entertainment, chatting with the friends, posting pictures, something like that. So it's not for formal work or to connect with government. This may be one of the main reason why citizens do not consider Facebook as a suitable mean for e-participation. And the second petitioner reason that the required rule from citizen through each e-participation level. As you know, when we go up in the e-participation levels, the role of citizen increase. In the first level, the citizen is only receive the information. They don't have to pay any efforts or time. In the second e-consultation, they can make some a simple opinion or provide some simple input. However, in the third level, e-decision making, this process need more effort from citizen to send their input and discuss with government, and maybe this one of hidden reason why citizens do not accept or do not consider Facebook as perfect mean for e-participation. We have some practical implications for municipalities. Of course, they have to offer meaningful participation score, provide and put some important issue on table, so citizen will be encouraged to participate. Of course, Facebook offers integrating visual images and video, so maybe the municipalities could take advantage of such visual detail. Also, Facebook provide another interesting features like live stream video. So maybe they can good advantage of this feature and broadcast their events and activities. Finally, the impact of posting time and citizen engagement. Local government have to publish posts in appropriate time that will increase citizen engagement, and that will be maybe will encourage them to continue participate. Our conclusion, maybe we have three main points. The first one, the citizen show a modest intention or moderate intention to continue participate in e-participation through Facebook. The second point, the citizens are more instant to consider Facebook as mean for receiving government information and consultation, but they are less favorable in considering Facebook as a fit digital means for deliberation or discussion. The final point, the finding of this research indicate that the use of Facebook may trigger the e-participation for a short period of time, but it does not guarantee to influence continuous intention over time. Thank you very much for your attention, and let me show you my city, and I am so proud to announce that my city, Salt from Jordan, has been nominated as a UNESCO World Heritage List in July 2020. And there's some just a few pictures from my city. You are welcome to visit. And of course, one of my dreams that maybe we will host IC-EGOV once in Jordan, especially in my city. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Ayman, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting study. Any question for Ayman? Yes. You have to use the microphone. You listen the yes. Okay, you need to use the microphone and you yes.
Hello, welcome to my question presentation. So, thank you first of all for such a kind of interesting and clear presentation about the use of Facebook as an e-participation platform for local level governments. But I'm just worrying about, do you make a distinction between the decisions that taking the responses of citizens? For example, what kind of decisions are you considering in the sense of e-participation? For example, in my country, local governments can take the thoughts and opinions of citizens, for example, about the colors of buildings, colors of buses, for example. Can we consider these kind of decisions as a part of e-participation or as an effective participation level for the local government, for example? Yeah. Can I sit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you much for this question. And if I understand it very well, that e-participation is not about political decision. It's not about political agenda. It's about any administrative decision from municipalities or from government. So, as Ayman, I believe that e-participation includes everything. If you want to name a bridge, if you want to name a building, etc. When we ask our responses, we provided them some example of decision. For example, urban planning, municipalities projects, or municipalities decisions, or something like that. So we focus in administrative work of municipalities. So I hope that I answered you. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
I'd like to ask, now you described us the intention of the citizens to use the Facebook. I'd like to ask if now in Jordan, municipalities really use Facebook to do e-participation and these three levels of e-participation practically. So do you have cases, for example, that they use Facebook tool, Facebook channel to make their announcements to their events? Do they prefer Facebook than the official site of municipality? Do they have both of them? Do they do it officially? They say, okay, come now and let's discuss an issue in Facebook with the citizens, and based on the results of the Facebook, we will do something on that. How do they practically apply this tool in the e-participation? Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. In Jordan, let me say, maybe the officials of local government have used Facebook for e-participation, but they do not aware that this is a part of e-participation. This is the first one. The second fact, we have around 100 municipalities, but maybe 25 municipalities have websites. So they are relied on Facebook to communicate with their citizens. From my experience, and I have followed many of local municipalities in Jordan, they focus on the first level. They always push information. Sometimes, and some of local municipalities have to collected some opinion or inputs from citizens. The major problem or the challenge is after that. When you collect this opinion, what you have done. it's the process stop here. They just collect citizen opinion, and we still have faced the challenge, the major decision-making power is still in government officials. So they can decide what they want, regardless what citizen want.
Okay, I have a question. For example, is my feeling. For example, in Spain, the use of the Facebook is for people middle age.
Yes.
Yes, but for example, younger people, 20, 25, probably use other kind of yes. For example, Snapchat, Instagram is probably younger people in Jordan participate in via Facebook. For example, in Spain, it's not
Yeah.
possible because is this don't know the
Yeah, it's-
Facebook use.
Yeah,
no.
it's depend on what's the popular social media in the country.
Yeah.
For example, I think in United Arab Emirates, the Twitter is the first.
Yes.
Yeah, so they can use Twitter. In Jordan, the most popular social media network is Facebook. Is Facebook. Maybe this, from my opinion, this is easiest and zero cost for municipalities. Also, we should understand that many of these municipalities have financial problem. They don't have too much funding or too much money to work. So maybe this is a way to connect with citizens. However, as we found that the citizen were not innocent to continue
Yes.
to continue participate, and that maybe we need more research to understand their opinion.
Yes, the use of Facebook is as a start point to motivate or encourage the people and involve people into participation. But finally, you invest and you create and build a digital platform, for example, similar Madrid Decide or
Yeah.
other platform. You control the people participate in the different decisions, and you want to participate. For example, in the case you in Madrid, I cannot participate because I don't live in Madrid. It's necessary the citizen of Madrid participate in Madrid in
yeah.
decisions. Okay, but in the Facebook it's very difficult to control
Control the-
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is a good start
Yeah.
point, obviously, because it's very
Maybe
you
it
know,
could be
yeah.
used as a supportive channel
Yes.
for the formal participation in GA.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the rest of the presentation, there are four studies, but in these cases, well, it's I play a video, okay? Okay, the video. Okay, the next one is this is data driving.
From who?
Irene,
It should be this one.
yes, but it's very similar, this and the next one.
Presentation on a research titled
Oh.
Dr. and Dr. Purnima.
Don't watch. Only listen.
Δεν είχε ήχο, αλλά δεν είχε εικόνα. Δεν ξέρω, μήπως ήταν έτσι εξ αρχής.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
present. I'm here to give a
Okay. Okay, the following two videos is very similar. Is about open government data in India. Is the similar out is probably to watch together this and the next one, and well, it's probably to comment or everything. Okay.
A warm welcome to all present. I'm here to give a brief presentation on our research titled Data-Driven Decision Making in Indian Smart Cities, Promoting Data Culture, Use Cases and Visualizations. The paper is authored by Irina Shaji and co-authored by Dr. Gayatri Doctor and Dr. Purnima Dure. Firstly, giving an overview on the context, India's urban population has risen steadily during the past few decades and expects to touch 40% by 2031. In order to promote cities as engines of economic growth and offer better quality of life, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs launched 6 flagship missions in 2015. Among the various urbanization initiatives, India's Smart Cities mission earned both domestic and international attention. This aimed to speed up core infrastructure improvements in the cities by providing livable, economicable, and sustainable surroundings to create more tailored urban development strategy rather than pursuing a one-size-fits-all approach. Under the Smart Cities mission, the Pune Municipal Corporation, along with Tata Trust, deputed India's first city data officer in Pune Smart City as a pilot to understand how it can promote data culture. Followed by this, to assess and maintain the data quality and to lay a foundation for India's open data journey, several flagship missions were introduced at national level. Coming to the data smart city strategy for Indian smart cities, the 3 main foundation pillars are people, process, and platforms. These pillars would help in institutionalization of data culture and implementation of a city data policy. The city data policy is essential because its absence can become a barrier towards setting up data economy at city level. Also, the city data policy provides clarity over ownership of data, legal framework, term of use, etc. The Smart Cities Open Data Portal is a platform where the cities can share valuable data with all the stakeholders in the smart city ecosystem to generate actionable insights. As mentioned earlier, the first city data officer was appointed in Pune Smart City. It was an administrative role of 1-year contract period. Due to the effectiveness of the pilot case from 2019, all the smart cities started to appoint city data officer. In addition to the city data officer, data champions and data coordinators are appointed to form a city data team. Now, looking into the data maturity assessment framework, it was introduced in 2019 to promote an attitude of data culture in cities and also to assess how effectively the cities can manage the data they have generated. The DMAF is divided into 2, systemic and sectoral maturity, and it can be planned or it is planned over a period of 10 cycles. So far, 2 cycles have been completed. Now, looking at the problem statement, India is at an early stage of its open data initiatives in the country. With limited resources at government's disposal, there is an inevitable need to predict what can be done with the data to bring significant shift in the quality of life of citizens. Hence, there is a need to define how use cases can help enhance data-driven governance capabilities of cities and also understand the challenges faced by city data officers to drive data-driven decisions. The research questions are: what is the status of open data initiatives in India at present, and where are the 100 smart cities in their open data journey? What kind of data is getting generated in the Smart Cities Open Data Portal, and how can the data be used for decision making? What is the status of Indian smart cities in promoting data-driven decisions, and what are the challenges CDOs face for implementation? Now, looking into the literature studies, Vancouver City's Digital Journey Foundation was to drive strategies based on changing citizen needs and evolve by technology shaping cities. Vancouver created a 9-year transformation model by launching a digital strategy. The goal is to develop data to insights to decisions, and using data as an asset. The technological advancements have reinforced data-based decision making and has also established a data-fluent culture, expanding digital organizational capacity building. Looking into another example of Singapore, where the Singapore government's digitalization journey started in 1980s, and the Singapore government's goal is about problem solving, which will have to be a process of learning by doing, building and leveraging expertise from across government and delivering through cross-functional teams. The success of Singapore model can be attributed to understanding of the digital transformation and also the clarity and ambition which drives its prospects. So why data-driven governance? It helps drive informed data-driven decision-making, sets departmental and city-level goals, lays a base for effective policy-making, and increases transparency and accountability. As mentioned earlier, the DMAF can be divided into two, that is systemic and sectoral maturity. The cycle 1 has only assessed the systemic maturity. Now, looking into the cycle 1 results of 100 smart cities, people and technology parameters work well, while policy, process, and outcomes are the ones that require improvement. Further, on studying the datasets uploaded by the cities on the open data portal, the extent and quality of the open data on the public domain can be understood. Some issues identified were few of the datasets uploaded on the portal were incomplete or were uploaded in wrong templates. Also, details of locations like zone name, board number were not filled, and also the units were not being followed, creating a lack of granularity. So, data in itself can't do anything. Data is a resource that is waiting to be leveraged. Both the DMAF and the data strategy document has suggested to identify use cases of datasets to help establish the need for standardized datasets and promote data-driven decisions. The UN Secretary General's data strategy document has also tried to emphasize the focus on having to connect the data rather than just data collection. So, from the study so far, the research has identified use cases as a fundamental block to promote data culture of cities. Accordingly, we have tried to analyze the data sets that is uploaded on the Smart Cities Open Data Portal, and each of them has been numbered and cataloged each of the numbered and cataloged data sets have been identified, which was further used for analysis. And accordingly, a methodology was prepared. First, by identifying the quality of data sets. Secondly, it is the generation of direct use cases from individual data sets. Next is level 1 derived use cases by linking the existing data sets, and level 2 derived use cases by linking additional data points. That is, newly added data points into the existing data sets. Finally, visualizations can be created from the use cases to help in analysis and decision. So this is how the use cases have been mapped, and the use cases derived from this have been listed out in a table. So this is an example of a visualization where months having better and poor air quality index is being mapped, helping to take measures to reduce air pollution in that particular city. Here is an example where the household level data has been mapped, household level water supply has been mapped, helping to define strategic water supply planning and management schemes in the city. This is another example where additional data points like the zone name, board number has been added into the environment data sets. Here, the mapping has tried to compare the air pollutant concentration along with the age-wise population, thus highlighting the most vulnerable wards or zones in the city. So, from the research so far, further a structured interview-based survey was conducted with the city data officers, which helped to identify present status of individual cities in their digital journey. The survey focused on addressing how the present challenges towards the data-driven decision-making is managed by the cities, also to understand the ease and difficulties faced by the city data officers in their respective cities. A sample of 21 city data officers were surveyed. So from the survey, it was clear that major challenges were related to systematic monitoring and evaluation, budget allocation, effective communication strategy among departments, accountability or defined roles and responsibilities, verification of authenticity of data collected, leveraging of city data officer with ULBs, absence of city data team, shift from manual to digital documentation. Yet again, some positives identified were that most of the cities are in transition from manual to digital documentation, of which at least 70% of the data is either in partial or digital stage. Some examples of cities trying to use the data in decision making is of Rourkela city, who has tried to use the air quality data along with the transport and environment department to promote the use of bicycles and public transport and also planting of more trees. In conclusion, Indian cities are at a very early stage of their open data journey. The current focus is on building the foundation to emphasize the importance of using the data to make decisions. There's a need for cities to be sensitized on the value of data in decision making. The research suggests the potential of the sample use cases and visualizations. These use cases can help the cities get insights that help them in decision making. This paper aims to help the cities understand the power of the data they produce and focus on improving the data quality. Thank you. Hope it was a fruitful session. In case of any queries, this is our details. You can contact us and we are happily ready to address it. Thank you.
Well, it's to start the game. It's a pity we cannot ask for the result because it's a very, very interesting study. The next one is very, very similar. It's about open government Indian and have a lot of...
Greetings to all from India. The research paper being presented.
Obviously, it's very interesting to us about the motivation. For example, is the far to implement this initiative in 1 year and a half ago to start to implement this open government initiative in India. It's very, very interesting. The data, and there are a lot of data in this study. Is a pity we can ask. The next one is the Gayatri doctor is the co-author the other study, and it's very, very similar, but it's very interesting study. Okay.
Greetings to all from India. The research paper being presented here is empowering cities through open government data initiatives in India. It is authored by me, Gayatri Doctor, and co-authored by Prajakta Joshi. Open government data can be defined as all stored data of the public sector, which could be made accessible by the government in the public interest without any restrictions on usage and distribution. By making their data sets available, public institutions become more transparent and accountable to citizens. OGD is an important initiative that strengthens participatory governance. By encouraging the use, reuse, and free distribution of data sets, governments promote business creation and innovative citizen-centric services. The past few years have seen the development and changing trend of open government information, where governments are currently effectively making their information accessible in open and electronically accessible formats for multiple agendas. The research objective is to provide an analysis and comparison of OGD portals worldwide and in India, understand the needs of users of such portals, and identify the challenges faced. The research methodology includes 4 steps: literature review, comparison of worldwide OGD portals, comparison of OGD initiatives in India, and stakeholder and citizen analysis. The literature review explored the initiation and process of evolution of OGD, including case studies on understanding different open data initiatives taken across the world, their various approaches and implementation procedures, and understanding of technology to support open data portals. To understand the trends, details, minimum and maximum parameters of each open data portal in different OGD initiatives across the world, 3 of the most used rating system portals, namely Open Data Barometer, Global Open Data Index, and the 5-star Open Data, was studied, and a framework to compare the different OGD portals was created. Global Open Data Index is the annual global benchmark for publication of open government data run by the Open Knowledge Network. Open Data Barometer analyzes global trends and provides comparative data on governments and regions using an in-depth methodology that combines contextual data, technical assessments, and secondary indicators. The 5-star open data is suggested by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web and linked data initiative. This framework consists of various parameters as shown: the purpose of the portal, the year of commencement, main categories, subcategories, formats of data sets, the quality of the data sets, feedback and communication systems, and so on. The quality of the data sets is defined by marking through 10 different parameters and a scoring with 1 mark for each parameter. Based on these formats, on this framework, a comparison of 5 portals at the country, city, and state level throughout the world was done. Looking at the central government level portals of USA, UK, New Zealand, Australia, and India, it was observed that USA had the best quality of data sets, a feedback and communication system, and a large number of social media handles. Australia, on the other hand, had a large number of main categories and catered to a number of formats of data sets. New Zealand catered to a number of categories and had a good feedback and communication system. Looking at the state level portals of New York, California, Pennsylvania, Texas, and Sikkim, a state in India, it was observed that New York had a large number of categories, filters, and feedback and communication systems, and also a number of data sets. California had a number of formats of data sets and the largest number of data sets. Pennsylvania, on the other hand, had a number of main categories and subcategories and had the best quality of data sets. Finally, coming to the city government level portals, the cities of Copenhagen, Edmonton, Paris, Detroit, and San Francisco were studied. It was observed that Edmonton, though commenced in the year 2010, had a large number of main categories, the best quality of data set, and a feedback and communication system. Copenhagen had a number of main categories and large number of formats of data sets. Paris, on the other hand, catered to the most viewed data set, which was real-time transport availability. India is at an early stage of its open data initiatives. Indian OGD initiative started in 2012 with the country-level portal data.gov.in. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, through the National Information Center, set up the OGD portal of India to provide open access by proactive release of data available in various ministries, departments, organizations. The portal currently has more than 11,000 catalogs and 5 lakh resources. The National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy was also formed. At the state's level, the Telangana State Open Data Portal was created in 2016. The state open data policy was also initiated in 2016, and today it has more than 190 data sets and 400 resources. This is a snapshot of the state, the infographics which are available on the open data portal. Coming to the city level portals, Pune has the open data portal, which was started in 2016. It has a large number of data departments contributing to this portal, and this is a snapshot of the departments it is contributing, the data store, and the data sets that are available in the Pune data store. With the launch of the Smart Cities mission in 2017, India started paving a new pathway towards transforming urban management with the power of digital technologies. The Smart Cities mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs intends to harness this potential through its Data Smart Cities strategy. With the vision of making every smart city also a data smart city, an initiative was taken up in 2019 where all the 100 smart cities would put up their data sets on one platform, namely the smartcities.data.gov.in. The portal currently has 2,900 catalogs and 35,000 resources from the 100 smart cities. As India is still very nascent in these platforms, to understand the OGD initiatives, some parameters were identified. And the national, state, city, and the smartcities.data.gov were compared across their aims, policies, implementation process, citizen engagement activities, and portal views. Further, a survey has been conducted to identify and study the stakeholders. Semi-structured interviews with various stakeholders like the government, data enthusiasts, academicians, citizens, developers, and allied organizations was conducted. Each user category had to be treated separately as per their understanding and sensitivity. A sample size of 150 citizens was also surveyed. The survey results portrayed that an average of 50% of the people were aware of the portal and its function. They mostly wanted to view information regarding to property details, government records, maps, environments, and allied services. The key challenges identified were the need of improvement in taking responsibility of sharing data, the sample size during the initial stage when data is being collected. Data being provided by government portals are somewhat unreliable and unaccounted for. The quality of the data set was a major concern, and data updation is often very inconsistent in public data portals. Challenges on the implementation side included misappropriation and misuse of data, ensuring data credibility, the limitness of technological capabilities, data validation of old records to the granular level, inadequate capacities within the public sector and the society at large to conduct the data analytics and exploit the data potential. For now, only crisis generation of information as data is not yet seen as an asset. India has made significant progress in terms of open data and accessibility in the last few years compared to the previous decade. In the Global Open Data Index rating, today India ranks at 32. Yet there are still a lot of regions that lack the awareness and importance of OGD and technological limitations in different parts of the country about access to the platform. Hence, along with the platform created for data sharing in India, creation of an open data culture leading to greater data exchange for open innovation and co-creation, addressing the key challenges identified from the user and implementation side will ease the execution process. In case of any queries, the authors can be contacted at the given email IDs. Thank you.
Well,
the next one studies about is ongoing research about participatory budgeting in Scotland. It's also very interesting because Scotland has a large culture of,
Hi everyone,
of
my name is.
participation.
This one here?
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is John Davis. I'm a PhD student from Warwick University. I'm sorry that we can't be there in person today to present our ongoing research evaluating the application of NLP tools in mainstream participatory budgeting processes in Scotland. So to give you an idea of the content of the talk today, firstly I want to introduce what participatory budgeting is, or PB from now on, then introduce PB in Scotland, the role of digital PB and the use of natural language processing for this. Then I'll introduce our research methodology, our initial results, and then on to the next steps. So PB itself first emerged in the Brazilian city of Porto Alegre in the late 1980s, and this was seen as a new way to tackle democratic deficit and support marginalized communities. But over the years, it's rapidly evolved from a local process to a global movement. And this diffusion has made it quite difficult to agree upon a concept or single definition which can be applied to all the processes across the globe. So for consistency here, we use the definition coined by one of PB's creators from Porto Alegre. I won't go through it, but by disassembling this definition, we can bring to attention the characteristics which are present across all PB initiatives and start to recognise its distinction from other innovative practices. So the first one, for example, is population. So PB is innovative in the fact it engages with citizens because they are citizens. So this moves beyond other processes which may engage with experts or ones which engage with a select sample of citizens. Secondly, it involves a commitment to a specific portion or the entire amount of the institution's budget. So this isn't just a process designed to collate ideas and stop there. Thirdly, citizens are participating directly in making decisions, yet the key actors of the representative system also play a central role in this direct democratic process. So it becomes a collective process of shared power, creating new connections between citizens, political representatives, and local government officials. So the process is a form of co-production. So to understand PB in Scotland, we have to first explore the various political, institutional, and social factors which underpin its emergence. So firstly, political events such as the Scottish independence referendum, the Brexit referendum in 2016, and the recent UK general elections have evoked issues of national identity. Secondly, this is matched with pre-existing institutional factors, which actually result in Scotland having the largest average population per basic unit of local government of any developed country. So, as you can see on the diagram, Scotland is divided into 32 different local authorities, and there's an average of 168,750 citizens per local authority, and this is one of the highest in the EU. Thirdly, there's a strong social desire for greater participation and democratic renewal, and this is seen in recent surveys held. So the three factors combined provide quite a strong foundation for democratic innovations to emerge from. The first wave of PB processes in Scotland is commonly referred to as first generation PB. So this has been characterised by community grant making when there is suitable support in terms of priorities and funding to match. The move to what is commonly described as second generation PB or mainstreaming was when the Scottish Government, through something called the Community Choices Fund, supported a national development programme to underpin the introduction of PB in partnership with the local authorities. So this represents the embedding of PB across Scotland. And this embedding was further strengthened in 2017 when the Scottish Government and COSLA agreed that at least 1% of the local authority budget will be decided on by communities through the PB process. So here we can return to the characteristics of the initial definition. So in population, all citizens are now at the centre of the process, moving beyond community organisations. Secondly, it's a commitment by local authorities for a set amount. And thirdly, it's not simply an increase in resource availability or a transactional process, but instead represents a space for co-production due to new connections made between the citizens and local authority officials. So now we have this term to the embedding or mainstream of PB within the local authorities, matched with the desire for participation, and then complemented with the political and pre-existing institutional factors. And this together inevitably leads to an increase of citizen input, which may well overwhelm both institutions and citizens. So this rapid global uptake or scaling up of PB is gradually leading to a number of governments to use digital platforms as a primary means of participation in this process. And here the images just show some examples of digital platforms for PB. So we have Decide Madrid on the left, New York in the centre, and Helsinki in Finland on the right. However, in removing the barriers formed in face-to-face participation, digital participation often results in an exponential growth in the number of participants, resulting in something called information overload on the process. This is where the amount of information available is quite difficult for users to process, or where users find it difficult to interact with one another. So to tackle the issue of information overload, we developed a range of NLP-based tools and integrated them into the digital platform Console, which is one of the digital platforms often used for digital PB processes. So these were designed to tackle stages in the process of participation and interaction with the Console platform, where the amount of information available is difficult for users to process, or where users find it difficult to interact with each other. We did analyse the NLP technologies in a controlled use case, and I've linked to that research paper below. I'd encourage you to read that if you want to find out a bit more detail on the NLP technologies used. So COSLA then approached us about deploying our tools in their mainstreaming programme. So this represents an opportunity to live test these NLP tools across 32 different sites and discover if they have value for improving citizen engagement in PB, whilst also identifying factors that will ensure that local authorities in Scotland and the rest of the UK are able to scale up PB in the future. So to give you a bit more detail on the NLP technologies used, firstly, we had topic modelling on the proposals. So this is to solve the problem of the wide taxonomic variety generated by the users themselves, and also makes it possible to generate a global map of the topics dealt with throughout all the proposals. Secondly, we had text summarization on the comments. So this facilitates interaction as users can have a general idea of the opinions around each proposal and to decide which debates to explore in more detail. And thirdly, we had topic modelling on the user-generated content. So this facilitates interaction between users, which is the main basis for the deliberative process that takes place on the platform. And the image is just an example of what the admin will see on the console platform when they're running the NLP technologies. Each of the 32 local authorities which make up Scotland will individually implement and run a process of mainstream PB through the console platform, some using the standard version and others the version enhanced with the NLP tools. So this provides us with a unique opportunity to investigate the PB process and its outcomes in 32 different sites. So for this, this project adopts a qualitative longitudinal design using the cohort study. So this involves observations of local authorities repeated over a period of time. So it moves beyond the static analysis by introducing a temporal aspect of the study, and this can document changes in attitude that emerge, something not possible with the traditional cross-sectional data. So firstly, in-depth secondary research will be carried out, providing us with the contextual information on the current state of PB in Scotland. We'll then repeatedly observe local authorities through the attendance of meetings related to PB and semi-structured interviews with key actors. And thematic analysis will then be employed to identify and report on any common themes which exist or may emerge from our observations over time. And these new themes indicate the influence and impact of the console platform on the PB process through the lens of local authorities. So our research has shown that there is appetite for greater collaboration and a desire from local authorities for the mainstreaming of PB in Scotland. We've carried out a number of initial interviews with council officials across a number of different local authorities who are each in various stages of implementing the mainstream process. So these interviews have confirmed this enthusiasm, yet have also highlighted a number of key challenges which have arisen either from the experience of running first generation PB processes or general concerns of mainstreaming PB online. And I've just given you some examples of some quotes taken from our semi-structured interviews. So the first one, an example of the first generation process of turning A4 printed boxes into ballot boxes. We've also got examples of resistance from local authority departments who may not have the confidence about the mainstream process. And there's also evidence of the increase in support needed for members of the public when running the process, which actually result in an increase in resources used by the local authorities. So in terms of thematic analysis, we can actually divide our themes into two clear sections. So firstly, we have challenges that have arisen already from running first generation PB processes, and these are challenges experienced by the local authorities themselves. So this includes a strain on the local authority workforce due to, for example, manually counting the votes from that A4 printer box that we experienced earlier, filtering the proposals which didn't match the process themes, or filtering citizens out who have voted multiple times, for example. There's also concern about the lack of deliberation or discussion during the first generation process itself. Secondly, we had concerns for the future of mainstreaming PB. So this includes concerns about the digital ability and access of both citizens and the local council. Internal cultural change, so quite often we saw a resistance from either elected council members or departments who were uneasy about handing over their budgets to be decided upon by the community. And thirdly, we had concern on resource costs. So this is the cost of the increased workload which come from running the mainstream process. So our previous analysis of the console platform, which used NLP in a controlled use case, showed an improvement in the participatory process, allowing for improved information analysis and interaction. So we therefore argue that the use of the console platform as an interface between the active networks of communities, citizens, and local authorities can impede these common challenges which we should just discuss now by providing the necessary space for collaboration and co-production. So the next stage of the investigation will be to develop a deeper understanding of how each local authority will use the console platform to combat the challenges raised. So this will allow COSLA to provide better PB service support to its member councils and allow these councils to therefore provide a better service to the citizens and the communities. So if shown to be successful, the enhanced console platform will become the vehicle for further rollout of PB processes in Scotland on decisions of over 10 billion of public sector spending by 2022. And the enhanced platform will also be made available for Consol's existing user base, which is roughly 135 institutions across 35 countries across the globe, and for future users to download and install. So I'd like to thank the Warwick Impact Accelerator Fund and the Alan Turing Institute, and thank you very much for listening. If you do have any questions, please do drop me an email. You can see it on the screen now, and I'll do my best to answer them. So thank you very much.
Okay, in United Kingdom, there are many school PB initiatives. I think that is in this country want to build a participation culture. I think that there is a link connection with the level of citizen participation in this initiative. Obviously, it's probably the develop is so far the rest of the country around the world, obviously.
Do you have experience yourself with the Consult project solution in Spain?
In Spain, there are, yes. For example, in Andalusia, there are many local governments. PB initiative, for example, in Peligros, is very advanced initiative. For example, in Barcelona, also. In Madrid, the Madrid and Barcelona, there are advanced this initiative in PB public participation. And for example, in the University of Granada, together with the Granada local government, implement a lecture or initial initiative about this, and the students participate in how to invest the resource. Okay. Via Media Lab University of Granada. It's a innovation lab in Granada. Okay. And the last one.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Anastasia Nikiforova, and I come from the Faculty of Computing, University of Latvia. My speech is entitled Towards Enrichment of the Open Government Data, a Stakeholder-Centered Determination of High-Value Datasets for Latvia. Let me introduce the rationale for the study. First, it is not a secret that open government data are seen as one of the trends that can potentially benefit the economy that is closely linked to the value of the open government data, more precisely, the extent to which the data provided by the open data portals are interesting, useful, and available for their reuse, creating value for society and the economy. They are also known as high-value datasets. High-value dataset is defined as open dataset that have a high commercial potential and can speed up the emergence of value-added information products. However, the value of datasets depends on the point of view, the specification, and geographical, sectoral, and other scopes of the impact, where the impact is created by open data should benefit small and medium enterprises and enable cross-border applications. By today, there are several thematic categories of high-value datasets as referred to in the directive, more precisely PSI directive, and they are as follows: geospatial, Earth observation and environment, meteorological, statistics, companies and company ownerships, and mobility. However, they are quite generic, more precisely consistent with the current world trends, but not a country-specific. However, this question is really country-specific, where the nature of the specific high-value datasets depends on country-specific aspects. Therefore, they should be determined by the countries themselves. There are several approaches how to deal with this issue, but almost all of these studies are quite ad hoc. All in one, the researchers come to the conclusion that there are no consensus on the most comprehensive approach how to identify high-value datasets. So, this study is a first step in this direction by conducting a survey of individual users and small and medium-sized businesses of Latvia on their view regarding the current state of the data. So, research questions posed to be answered as follows. How do users assess the value of the open government data currently available? Which datasets already available users consider as high-value datasets, if any? Which data would increase the value to the society and business and would be considered as high-value datasets? How would the availability of these high-value datasets affect the overall assessment of their value? And how do the trends of open government data usage and the assessment of the current and potential value of Latvian open data differ depending on the level of familiarity and experience with the open government data? As regards methodology, the target audience was citizens and businesses organizations, mainly referring to small and medium-sized enterprises, as it implies from both high-value data sets and open data concepts. As regards sampling approach, purposive sample has been employed for organizations and voluntary response for individuals, followed by snowball approach for both of them. To ensure correct data processing and conclusions, by excluding responses from those who are not interested in open government data at all, which could potentially lead to noise to collected data, socio-demographic questions were introduced to divide respondents' answers by different aspects, including the level of familiarity with open government data. This set of respondents constitutes stakeholders, which we have already heard in the title of this paper and talk. The survey took place between February and April of 21 and yielded 165 responses. The survey by itself constituted of 20 questions, where 12 of them were study-related questions and 8 of them socio-demographic questions. The survey has been created according to the best practices and then has been delivered to sociologists to check whether it is the case. Here you can see the structure of the survey. In the first column, you can see all the questions that have been asked to the respondents. In the second column, you can see the list of predefined answers, if any, and some basic aspects regarding the questions, so whether it was acceptability task or a list of predefined options or a list of predefined options with an option for open-ended answer and so on. So the main point are questions, and they were as follows. Have you ever used open government data? How would you assess the value of open government data that are currently available for your personal use or your business? If you ever use the open government data, what was the purpose of using them? What category or categories of high-value data sets is, in your opinion, able to create added value for society or the economy? To what extent do you think the current data catalogs of Latvia's open data portal corresponds to the needs of data users or consumers? Which of the current data categories in Latvia's open data portal, in your opinion, most corresponds to the concept of high-value dataset? Which of them for your top 3? What would be these datasets? What subtopics could this data be associated with? Which of the datasets currently available could be valuable and useful for society and businesses? Which of the datasets currently not available in Latvia's open data portal could, in your opinion, be available and useful for society and businesses? How did you define them? And how high could be the value of these datasets' value for you or your own business? So, now let me very briefly address the main results. First, the results of the surveys demonstrate that only 6% of respondents use open government data on a daily manner, while 64% of respondents have just a little experience with them, slightly more than 15% have used them only once, and a bit more than 10% had not used them at all due had not seen the necessity in this. However, slightly more than 3% had tried to use them but failed. As for the purpose of their use, where only those respondents who have experience with the open government data were processed, the most popular predefined response was for education and training purposes, selected by almost half of respondents, followed by to identify the state of the art for an event or object, same as previously, almost a half. For entertainment, slightly less than 30%, forecasting or trending, And it is also surprising that options such as awareness of government actions, enhancing transparency, and for better understanding of decisions of the government were the least popular options chosen by less than 6% per aspect. Also, this is one of the main objectives of the open government data. However, relatively positive observation given the lack of data in Latvia on the data reuse of open government data, according to which it was not clear whether these actions actually take place, is that for data-driven decision-making and for the development of data-driven solutions were mentioned by slightly more than 16% and 10% respectively. The figure provided on the slides show the popularity of open government data usage purposes by dividing these users as those with at least little experience with open data and those who use them in a daily manner. While major trends remain largely the same, experienced open data users also use open data for enriching their data or data-driven decision-making that meets open data objectives. This also applies to better understanding of decision of the government that is more expressive for experienced users. As regards the value of the currently available open government data, they are assessed on average by 3 points out of 5 points, with 3.55 for experienced users and 3.48 for those with little experience. The worst assessment is typical for those respondents who have not used them at all or have used them only once, which may mean that with this experience they were so disappointed that they have not started to use them in a daily manner. Respondents have stressed that the currently available data catalog just partly corresponds to the needs of data consumers, and when individuals and organizations were covered separately, it was revealed that individuals assess them slightly higher, while organizations examining data from a business perspective have assessed them only by 5.84 points, compared with 6.62 out of 10 points for all the respondents. However, for more objective results, respondents using open government data were taken, so they have more experience in their reuse. But it is surprising that those who have previously used them at least several times have assessed them with 6.7 points, while those who use them continuously were not so positive and assessed them with 6 points only. Even more, 19% of these users have indicated that they reuse the open government data for data-driven decision-making, development of data-driven solutions, and enrichment of their data, so they really reuse them. It was therefore decided to find out which category or dataset users consider to be a high-value dataset. This was done by providing first a list of the categories of data available to users on the Open Government Data portal, then a list of high-value datasets as defined in the PSI directive, and an opportunity to specify them by themselves, either an additional category, subcategory, or specific dataset. As regard the list of high-value dataset defined in the directive, respondents consider statistics to be the most valuable category, followed by companies and company ownership, Earth observation and environment, and mobility. However, it is surprising that geospatial and meteorological data are the least popular, and at the moment, on the one hand, it is pretty difficult to understand from statistics why it is the case, but on the other hand, it could be related to relatively low performance of Latvian citizens in the way of digital skills, as was demonstrated in the scope of the DAISY index. However, this is a point to further studies. For data currently available and considered as high-value datasets, most of the replies refer to the Enterprise Register, CSDD data, including the register and vehicle inspections, COVID-19 related data, and to sum up, they can be broken down into data from different registers and data on very sensitive and topical subjects such as COVID-19. For data not available currently but recognized as of high value, they are as follows. First, medical and health-related data included more data on COVID-19 and mobility of people with positive tests. Detailed tourism-related data on different regions, giving an example, available data on one of the main cities of Latvia called Sasis. However, it is not a capital of Latvia, but nevertheless they provide a lot of very up-to-date data on tourism. Then, data on streets and traffic lights referring to the ideas close enough to the concept of smart city and smart transportation to be more specific. Then data on radiation and noise levels, as it is the case for almost all the open data. Data on physical and mental health of people. Some examples involve different types of sensor data, and this trend could be also studied in the future, particularly given that while people are aware of open data related topics and smart city trends in Latvia, information on them is still very limited but very important for development and even more sustainable development, including open government data and their further reuse, creating new services and co-creation of these services. So, as for the assessment of the value of the open government data, if the data defined by respondents as high-value data sets would be available, it has increased by only 0.23 points, so 3.5 out of 5 instead of current 3.27. The greatest difference, slightly more than half a point, was observed for users who only use open government data once, followed by those who did not use them because they did not see the need in it, and those who tried but failed, with a lower difference for those users who use them in a daily manner and users with at least a little experience. This means that the availability of data that respondents consider to be of high value would greatly contribute to the usage of data by those who do not currently use open government data frequently. And for the difference, depending on the type of respondents, the value of current data for individuals is assessed by 3.23 out 5 points and the organizations at 3.35, slightly more, but the value if the data they consider to be high value would increase the results by 0.2 points for individuals and almost 0.4 for organizations. All the data collected during this survey is provided in open access in Zenoda on the CCBI license. And let me briefly summarize these results of a very preliminary study. First, in general, when both the current and the potential values of open government data or the difference between these assessments is relatively low, the promotion of the open data should be first carried out before more specific activities are taken, since potential audience could be limited at this point and the results could be non-objective. Two main issues revealed are as follows. First, a lack of real-time data. This is also the case for sensor-generated data. And the second, low level of knowledge on how to use this data. And the last, but not the least, and a bit more general, conclusion is as follows. The definition of high-value datasets should take into account the experience of industry users, since they are characterized by a deeper understanding of this value, knowing what kind of data may be needed for a particular application. Therefore, the next phase of the study will be an analysis carried out with the open government data reusers. So the study to be continued, and thank you for your attention.
Well, we finished this study is the last one. Well, I would like to thank you for your attention, for your attendance in this session. I hope we see you again the next UNU-EGOV in the next year. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
This is countdown.
Okay. Welcome to paper session number 11, named Digital Government Assessment Methods, Part 2. We had the first one yesterday. My name is Dimitris Saradis from United Nations University, from the government unit in Guimarães. Today we have 6 papers. Two of them we will have physical presentations, and the rest will have videos. So we'll discuss different aspects of digital government assessment as yesterday. So we'll see different frameworks, approaches of assessment in different levels, instruments. We will see, I see here some papers from methods and approaches that are applied from United Nations to assess e-government worldwide. The first paper is from Portugal, and it is called Who is Behind the Scenes of the ICT Backstage, a study of the ICT resources in local governments by Luis Felipe Ramos, Mariana Lameiras, Delfina Soares, and Luisa Amaral. We have here Mariana Lameiras, and Mariana, you can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dimitris. Actually, I'm here, and in the audience we have 2 co-authors, Delfina Soares and Luís Ramos. It is my job here to try to present some of the main findings and context of this work that we did. And as Dimitris pointed out, the title is Who is Behind the Scenes of the ICT Backstage? We try to be somehow creative and provide this metaphor in the title. But as you will see, this paper presents lots of results and very complex dimensions that we covered. But I will have the opportunity to explain that later. I am, as Dimitris said, Mariana Lameiras from UNU-EGOV, and I have here in the slide the outline, the agenda for this presentation. First, I'm going to present some notes, introductory notes, and some context about the background of this study, then notes about the methodology, some findings, because as you will also see, I was not able to bring all of the detailed findings of this paper here to the presentation, but just a quick overview, and then some final notes on the discussion and conclusion of the results obtained. So it's almost nowadays a cliche, let's put it this way, to talk about the benefits, the advantages of the use of ICT for government. But what we found is that we see in the literature many arguments putting the emphasis on the advantages and the benefits of ICT usage by governments to foster transparency, to curb corruption, to increase trust of citizens in public institutions, to empower citizens in terms of monitoring the government's activities, and the list goes on and on. What we found is that there is not so extensive literature when it comes to the use and the adoption and the use of ICT by local governments. I mean, at the local government level. And for us, the local government level is particularly relevant because they are closer to citizens. They are the direct intermediaries, if we can say it this way, with citizens. So the impact in citizens' daily lives is huge in the basic service delivery and many other things. Of course, this varies across countries, and this varies worldwide, but we strongly believe that the importance of local governments for citizens has this this high, it is of high importance. And also particularly, if I may make this parenthesis, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had proof, even informally and personally and individually, we had proof about the value and the role local governments play in our lives. So in some countries and in Portugal, in some municipalities where I come from, local governments played a fundamental role in dealing with some of the challenges that were brought about by the pandemic. So this is just this is just a brief introduction and contextualization of the local government context that we focus on. But I would like now to move on and to explain you a little bit of the origin of this work. So it is a work that is framed in a wider project, in wider objectives. It is part of the work that is being done from several years in Portugal, particularly by the University of Minho, that aims at assessing and understanding the maturity of local governments when it comes to the internet presence. So there is this analysis of the web presence of local governments in Portugal, assessing the 308 city portals of the 308 Portuguese municipalities. But we thought that there is a wider context. There is a wider, for us to understand the maturity and for us to assess this and to comprehend this in a more complete approach, if we can say, it would be good and it would be complementary, not only complementary but also to understand how the ICT function is actually performed inside municipalities. So how municipalities, how local governments in Portugal treat, to put it simply, ICT function. And so this baby, if we can say, of the major project of the internet presence of Portuguese municipalities is the project that I am presenting here today. And the image that you see on your right side is the result of that publication. But it's just as note of context. As such, yes, that's right. As such, this summarizes what I just told you. So to understand ICT function in local governments for us was something very important and fundamental to properly understand the web presence maturity of local governments. And so to understand the ICT function, do you hear me right? Okay, yeah, it's not very comfortable. Okay, sorry about this. So to understand the ICT function, we had this approach of I thought it was good to be okay. So to understand the ICT function, we had several dimensions and several areas that we covered, namely in terms of human and financial resources, infrastructure, ICT function, organization and governance, digital applications and services, regulations and guidelines. So through these dimensions, through these different areas, you already understand that the picture we try to provide is ambitious. So as it is ambitious, the results here that we brought to this conference are only part of the results that we collected. We gathered the data through a survey that was implemented in an instance in Lime Survey for 5 months. And an invitation to participate was sent to all the 308 municipalities in Portugal. We invited them to respond, to answer to a questionnaire that was developed based on a literature review and taking into consideration some elements, some other instruments that were fundamental for us and served as inspiration and to shed light on what on the dimensions that we wanted to cover. And so we got the results this way. The questionnaire had 93 questions divided in the 9 dimensions that you will see in a second. And most of these questions were closed and mandatory. Nonetheless, I mean, we had 93 questions, but as I told you, we felt that it was better to divide the work that we did in 2 different publications, in 2 different papers. And this is the reason why here I'm presenting you the results of around 56 questions, if I'm not mistaken, that focus specifically on the human resources side. So the technical aspects were published and presented by my colleague Luis Felipe Ramos in the last conference, in the last IFIP conference. I still call it IFIP, but in the last conference in Granada. So here in the paper that we brought to this conference, we covered only some of the dimensions that form this questionnaire. As you will also see, I'm not going into detail through all of these dimensions, because if you had a chance to have a look at the paper, you will see that it's really, really detailed, and there is an extensive record of all the questions and the dimensions that we covered. But here, I just thought it was better to shed some light and give an overview of the main findings. And I am now in the third topic of our agenda related to findings, just to introduce you to some of the characteristics of the Portuguese municipalities. We have 308 municipalities in Portugal. We have a response rate of 45%, which is actually good, and we were very happy with the results that we obtained. More than half of small dimension, most of them placed in the interior of the country, around 55% from the north. So this is just an overview of the municipalities that responded to the questionnaire that we got. But far more interesting than the characterization of the municipalities are the results of the person responsible for the ICT function. In the paper, you will find also characteristics of the respondent of the questionnaire. But now I would like to bring some information about the responsible for the ICT function in these Portuguese municipalities. So most of them have training and have a background on IT. So we see there that around 75% of those that have post-secondary education in terms of educational level are in the IT field. In average, we find employees or persons performing ICT functions in Portuguese municipalities. On average, we find people performing that role for 16 years. And 69% of the cases, they are occupying this position for more than 10 years. So we see there's a long-standing that these positions are somehow stable, if we can say so. In 40% of the cases, that person responsible has an intermediate position. as performing as department director or division head, and in 54% of the cases, other than managerial positions, such as computer specialists, computer technician, assistant computer technician, as it was more or less expected. In terms of reporting, we found that 55% report directly to the mayor, or to other authority belonging to the executive branch, and 40% report to senior management staff. Now, trying to move on for the human resources that are allocated to the ICT function. In this regard, we had some different dimensions that we tried to cover, namely the size of the team that has responsibilities in this field, the age, the educational level, the characterization in terms of rotation and renewal mechanisms. And so I'm going to just briefly give some data, some information about these four sub-dimensions of the internal functioning conditions of the human resources allocated to this function. On average, teams are comprised by 7 members. Nonetheless, we have 44 municipalities that reported to have less than 2 members in their team. So we have 10 municipalities with only 1 member for ICT functions, and 34 municipalities with 2 members performing this type of functions. So we will see later some considerations in this regard that relate to this. In terms of educational level, what can we say? Well, around 48%, only 48% of them have post-secondary education. So this is another interesting finding that we encountered. In terms now of age of these team members with responsibilities in ICT, most of them, 69%, are between 40 and 60 years old. So members younger than 30 years old only represent just 5% of all support team members. And 80 municipalities reported not to have any support team members younger than 30 years old. So this is another very interesting result that we got. So in terms of rotation and renewal mechanism, what can we say? 75% of municipalities did not face a decrease in their support teams, although 75% of the municipalities did not face a decrease. We found that in the past 5 years, 42% did not have any new members, and 32% only reported to have 1 new member. So with these results, we can suggest that the scarcity of resources and the inability to respond to the rapid evolution and the rapid changes that happen in the field and constant mutation of this area may hinder and may cause and may bring some difficulties in terms of the municipality functioning to keep up with the pace of these changes. Now, financial resources, as I need to speed up. I knew this was going to happen. Financial resources. The analysis is framed by the amount of budget that was set aside for this function, and it is here presented as a percentage of the global budget of the municipality. So what can you say? We'll say around in 65% of the municipalities, the budget is less than 2% of the municipality global's budget. And now trying to speed up a bit. When we look into the ICT budget by different headings, we found this sort of hierarchy. The percentage of budget that is allocated to acquisition of goods equipment and software is in the first place with 24%. Then we have human resources and last with 2% employee training. So in the paper, we draw some considerations regarding towards what these results suggest to us, may suggest to us. So trying to wrap up findings, continuing with the findings. There is an extensive list of functions, different functions that was presented to the municipalities to understand if they were performing those functions in-house or if they were outsourced. But as you will see, there is the most outsourced activities here, the activities that are mostly performed in-house here. Then we also try to understand the ICT frameworks and methodologies. We also had questions about the standards. I am not particularly familiar with these standards, but like COBIT and ITIL, you probably know this better than I do. No, sorry, standards, ISO, and those type of things. Sorry about the mistake. COBIT and ITIL are here in the frameworks. I'm not from the field of most of you, so and this comes up when we talk about these more technical things. So, and I'm finishing, Dimitris. So, some results, some final notes. As you see, we have many interesting results. We have many clues and many hints that we could follow and that we can now follow in future work. But just to try to wrap up rapidly, we with these results we can understand and we can witness the importance of the ICT function that is given by the Portuguese municipalities. And we see that through some results, namely in this. 55% of the municipalities, in this 50% of municipalities, we see that the reporting mechanism is directly to the mayor. In some municipalities, the responsible person is even the mayor himself, which may cause that issue of knowledge loss when the person leaves, when the mandate being performed by the mayor ends. And so this can bring some problems in terms of internal functioning. We see that on average, they have been public servants for 16 years, and only a few have reported to have some experience, past experience in this field, which can also suggest interesting things about the skills and the competencies that nowadays may be necessary to keep up with the rhythm and to keep up with the technological changes that are happening. We find a clear issue in terms of gender equality. There is no gender equality. We are far away from this, which is also not very surprisingly, because traditionally we find male predominance in this field. And this last note suggesting that the lack of training and this fragility that the results suggest to us may also hinder and may also bring additional difficulties for the municipalities, and it would be good to identify this issue and to deal with it. So I'm done. I think I'm over my time. I passed it. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions and comments.
Okay, thank you, Maria. And I'm sure you could cover the whole session with all this data, all this information, probably more than 2 papers. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
can take it. No? Probably better. So Mariana, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you have a lot of very interesting data there. And actually, we have talked about this before. I'm working more or less in the same area, but I'm working a lot with information I can observe from outside the municipalities. And from several studies we have performed, we know that there are or should be determinants associated with the internal conditions of the municipalities, besides the size of the municipality. So it would be really interesting to use this data so we can find those determinants using our data. So my question is, will you be publishing these data sets? And if not, is there a way we can share this data set?
Thank you so much, Gonçalo. Actually, the issue of publishing the data sets has been in discussion for many times, and it's our intention to make all of the data that we collect publicly available. So regardless of that happening in a short period of not, I'm sure we can speak about collaborations and we can explore this issue of the determinants. In this regard, what is on my mind right now, this is why I'm hesitating. I definitely agree with you that the internal conditions and the internal characterization of municipalities is crucial for us to understand the overall scenario. What I was wondering here is that there's something also missing, that is when it comes to social media activity and that area, we also need to understand the internal functioning of the municipalities, not only in the ICT field, but also in communication and media. We try to do that with, we had a master student that did some semi-structured interviews with media departments in those municipalities that had to try to understand that if they have a media strategy, an internal communication strategy that will also complement. But yes, we need to start from a place, and I think we can start from there. Sure, Delfina, go ahead. I think you need to come here to the concert, please. This is fantastic.
Now, yes. If I may to add just 2 cents to what you asked, yes, it is. I'm always saying that it is not acceptable that we are disseminating a message that is we should open data, particularly as researchers, etc., and we are not doing that. So, so I'm always putting a lot of pressure. In this particular case, this study, I don't think Mariana mentioned, it was done with the support of AMA, the Portuguese Agency for Administrative Modernization. So we are also dependent on them in order to publish, to make the data publicly available. But I'm also trying to convince them that we should not keep it. We should make it open. So this is what we intend to do, okay? But the main reason for not being open right now is because we are still waiting for a reply from AMA, okay?
Just because I want to challenge my colleague, Mariana. So I'm interested. Now with the European Recovery Program, the new structural and regional funds earmarking at least 25% of funding in the next 7 periods for all things digital and sustainability, how does this framework, how applicable, how adaptable, or how much can that accommodate for what we would likely see change in local authorities in Portugal, but across Europe, particularly in the southern and eastern European countries? And also, a follow-up, there are things like the UNDESA Local Online Service Index are some of the questions that you're asking matchable to what's happening in the LOSI? So you could do sort of a federation where, yes, we see UNDESA mapping and assessing Lisbon, and we can see Lisbon performs globally like this, and then my municipality X in rural Portugal performs like this towards Lisbon, giving me a triangulation of things.
Wonderful. That's quite a challenge, actually, Morten. For the first question, I would say that definitely we can go for deeper studies and do an analysis of that and try to see if the European funds are going to be reflected or not in future. Sorry, I thought you were going to speak in future how I would say in the future characterization or in the future situation of these municipalities. I'm sure we will find the effects of that, but we need to invest some time and resources and do research in that regard. As far as LOSI is concerned, I would say that as I said in the beginning, this is complementary to the study that is being developed for many years in Portugal. So I think we can find a match, but the approach is different, the objectives are different, and I think it's more in a complementary vein rather than, you know, to have a clear picture and the overall picture. It's fine that we see these two pieces together, but I would not say that the direct match with LOSI would be an immediate objective. No, no, it's different objectives, different approaches, different angles, I would say. I don't know if any of my Luis and Delfina, if you want, you can go ahead and speak. No problem about that. You are gossiping. That's too.
Any other question? I have a question. Maybe the answer now becomes more complex after your last position regarding the departments of local government. The question has to do with the organizational diagram of the municipality. And from your research, if you can tell us what is not the ideal, but maybe some options that ICT functions can be placed in the organizational chart of the municipality. Because I saw before, you have some cases that the ICT people report to the mayor, some other report to another management executive, some other in communications department. So is there some alternatives that we can place these functions? And I say that because you also mentioned, and we all know in all cases, in all countries, municipalities are not the same size. We have large municipalities that can support an full organizational chart, but we have also small ones. So what are some ideas of organizational placement of ICT function in the municipalities?
I can only I can only guess. I mean, the data that we collected show the very heterogeneous and diverse scenario, because we know different municipalities have different resources. The size of municipalities is different in Portugal, and so what can we see? What can we say? We can say that in Portugal we had this traditional, more I'm thinking in the Portuguese word, artisanal. Crafted, we can say that way, scenario of people performing their functions, but without a proper internal organizational placement. Exactly. And this happens with media and communications. This happens, as I said, in the interviews that we conducted in some municipalities internally, when we understood that the person performing duties of social media accounts management and media relations functions was not properly framed, was not properly acknowledged in the internal organizational chart of the municipality. And so this happens similarly with the ICT function. We cannot say, usually it's the person that is there for years that created the website, as curiosity also created the Facebook page, as curiosity also created the Instagram account, because all the others are there and we need to follow and we also need to be there. So there is not a coherent and a structured long-term or mid-term plan for the municipalities in that regard. So I would say that with ICT function, it happens more or less the same. It's a tradition. They are used to doing that, but now things are challenging. They need. That's the reason why our results suggest that more needs to be done in order to keep up with the pace of the changes and the evolution. But this is as everything in our lives. We need to try to improve and try to do better. The lack of resources is a problem. Maybe European funds will help to tackle with that. Let's see. Did I got it?
Yes, thank you very much, Mariana. Yes, of course.
For us, what we saw and what is really relevant is to understand indeed the lack of resources that we can find in municipalities. Of course, this depends on the size. We have municipalities in the big cities in Portugal where we have a specific department for this area. Okay, and I'm not talking just about the biggest ones. I'm talking about also other cities. But there are cities, there are municipalities where this does not happen. I can tell you an example. I'll tell you a story. One day, in the aim of another study, also focused on municipalities, I needed to talk with the responsible for the ICT in the municipalities, and I called them. I introduced myself. I said that it was about a study and that I need to talk to him. And the lady answering the call told me, "Oh, Mr. Antonio is not here today. It just comes 1 day per week." So my question, when I heard that, I stopped and I thought immediately in my head, how can a municipality provide any ICT issue or a website or an internal system to support the administrative functions and internal functions if they are supported by one guy that comes 1 day per week? So indeed, we have this diversity of situations, and I can't imagine how we can expect good services from this kind of situations. So for us, with this study, we tried exactly to produce a kind of photography about the reality that each municipality faces. And the same is also very clear with budget. There are cities that basically the budget, our field just allowed for one decimal number, and some of them just wrote whole zero because they couldn't put 0.02, or because the budget for the ICT function in some municipalities is really very reduced. So just to complement that fact, Dimitris, so we can say another evidence is related with the issue that Mariana mentioned. How can we want that the mayor recognizes the value of the ICT function, but we don't want that is the one responsible for the function. Not just because of maybe in the next political cycle he will leave, but also because how can he be a mayor and at the same time okay, you understand my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So, thank you, Mariana. Thank you. Okay. The second presentation is about Western Balkans, and I think it is about applying DESI assessment in Western Balkans, yes? Measuring the Digital Economy and Society, a study on the application of the digital economy and society index in the Western Balkans by Zoran Zordanovsky and Morten Meyerhoff-Nielsen. Morten is here with us. We upgraded you.
Go to the restroom. Only contributed. So there we go. The paper comes out of a study that again Soren led and I contributed to in the Western Balkans. So the acknowledgements are in the paper. So I'll sit here. So again, I hope that's clear that I'm not the main author behind this, although I'm happy to take part of the part of the blame and part of the success, because it's a very interesting project on the capabilities in data collection for measuring the DAISY in the Western Balkan countries. But first a bit of background. So the DAISY is the Digital Economy and Society Index of the European Union. Yeah, so you'll find the data also on Eurostat. Now, digital economy and digital society is broader than what we see in some of the other international index measures, like the UNDESA Readiness Index. It's looking not only at society, but also on the economy, in particular in relation to business, work, commerce, and entertainment, and how these new technologies also changes the way that government and businesses operate. So again, it's linked to sustainability and innovation. Now, the DAISY itself is a replacement of previous exercises, and it comes out of a number of different things. So until 2014, this was more or less focused on the ICT household survey, but the data has been complemented. So what is also key here is that it's looking at 5 interrelated dimensions. So it's looking at connectivity and human capital as preconditions for the use of internet by individuals and the integration of digital technologies by businesses, and also the use of government services online by citizens and businesses. So it's focusing on 37 different indicators across these 5 dimensions. Now, as I mentioned, there's multiple global initiatives around this. This is just a few of the big ones. So the World Economic Forum's Global Information Technology Report is one. The Network Readiness and Global Competitiveness Index is looking at, obviously, the technology dimension, the infrastructure dimension, but also relative price. So competitiveness, there's the Inclusive Internet Index, which is also measuring part of these type of elements. There's the big one, the UNDESA's biannual e-government development index with its sub-indicators for technology infrastructure, human capital, online service use, e-participation, and also, as we mentioned before, there's an additional local government online service index there. There's also indexes done by academia. So the Waseda University does one. There's also one out of Rutgers University that is looking at capital cities globally, and it's been running for a few years. And then there are things like the Web Foundation's Affordable Internet and Affordability Drivers Index. So again, here, the difference with the DAISY is in relation to the multiple dimensions. So it is actually a bit broader than each of these individual indexes, although it shares similarities with a lot of them. A little bit on households, on what the Western Balkans actually is. So it's just north of Greece. The definition of the Western Balkans have changed in the last few years. So we're basically talking about the ex-Yugoslavian countries, except for Slovenia and Croatia that are now member states. until they became EU member states, they were part of the Western Balkan definition. Albania was not part of ex-Yugoslavia, but is a Western Balkan country. So it has changed. So we also don't use the term countries because Kosovo has a specific status. So we're using economies rather. So there's a number of disclaimers here. Yeah. So again, North Macedonia is the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. So it's a very politically dynamic region, to say the least. But in this perspective, all of them are either candidates for EU membership or negotiating candidate status. So in fact, the Commission just announced yesterday, I believe, that there will be increased engagement between the EU and the Western Balkans with the aim for further integration, but there's no dates set for potential membership from the Commission side. So two research questions came up in relation to this paper. So how prepared are the Western Balkan economies to provide the full data sets for each of these 37 DAISY indicators? And how are these data methodologically aligned to DAISY and other relevant methodologies that collect these data? Now, why is this important? Well, it's important because the DAISY is used by the European Commission to measure performance on strategic objectives within the EU member states. So the DAISY is used to measure policy implementation across the member states and the candidate countries. So if the Western Balkan countries want to be members of the EU, they need to implement what is called the acquis communautaire, which is the legal body of the EU when they become members. And this is one of the dimensions that application of the acquis is measured on. Yeah. So are you living up to the strategic objectives? Are you performing above or below the European average and so forth? So this is why this is different and why this is so important in the Western Balkans. So the DAISY is the driver here. UNDESA is important, but it's secondary for countries in and around Europe who are looking at membership status. So the Eastern Partnership countries of Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, and so forth are also increasingly looking at the DAISY to see how they're performing because it's relevant for their connection and their integration, formally or informally, with the EU member states. So what did we do methodological? So we were doing a classical approach where we're looking at in-case analysis to a now cross-case comparison. So each of the economies were assessed through a set of desk research of relevant policy documents, different manuals related to DAISY collection, methodologies, how that was applied, who were the responsible bodies in each of the countries. And then we also did a standardized online questionnaire with a set of closed-end questions that was distributed to the 18 national institutions responsible for collecting the 37 indicators in each of the economies. 16 semi-structured interviews were conducted virtually to complement this, to drill down into things that were left open by the documentation, but also to see that whether or not the documentation was actually complied with in practice. You know, one thing is to have a methodology on how to collect and calculate statistical indicators. Another is how it works in practice on a day-to-day basis. So the primary sources we've already covered. We also looked at data, domestic data, but also the availability of these indicators for these economies in Eurostat and other EU databases. And we also looked at EU and UN and OECD sources in that regard because there could be some interesting elements there. So the indicators we measured up against was the DAISY 2020 edition, and particularly the data from 18, 19, and 2020 were available. So this research was conducted earlier from December 10th last year until the 10th of February this year. So some of the data was already 2020, some of it was 2019. Some of the indicators are only collected every 2 years, hence the 2018 parameter. The questionnaire was designed basically as a simple yes, no, unsure. And the unsure was a given because some of the entities were not necessarily sure of the answer to all the questions because it was not necessarily their responsibility to cover the collection of the indicator. So all the 18 institutions were asked to look at all 37 indicators, even those that they were not their responsibilities. In terms of the evaluation, we developed a matrix, basically traffic lights. So either data is available and fully aligned to the DAISY methodology. Data was available, but there was a degree of unalignment with the DAISY methodology, so room for improvement, or data was simply not available. We then did a readiness assessment because this came out of also policy recommendation to the economies in question about highly prepared, moderately prepared, some level of preparedness, or early stages of preparing this DAISY methodology. So what did the study say? What did we find? First of all, we see that 28 of the 37 indicators are already collected by the national authorities, and 9 indicators are collected by third parties. Yeah. We also saw that ICT usage in household was 16. The ICT usage in enterprises came out of that survey, and that's 7 indicators. The EU labor force survey collect 2 of the indicators, and the Communications Committee, or COCOM, is an EU committee, collects a number of the indicators, but only 2. And then UNESCO, OECD, and Eurostat actually do a joint data collection exercise from where 1 indicator comes. Yeah, so you see that some of these sources are not the national entities themselves, but rather international bodies. Now, the ones collected by third parties are particularly interesting because this is also where we found that there was most challenges faced by the economies. So the study on the broadband coverage in Europe is responsible for 3 of these indicators. The e-government benchmark done by Eurostat or the member states are 3 indicators. The European 5G Observatory is 3 indicators, and so forth. So there's a number of different third-party collection bodies. When we map to collect the domestic data sets, we see that the national statistical institutions in each of the economies are the main entity with 26. And we saw that national regulatory bodies were responsible for 7, and 4 indicators are collected by ministries or agencies responsible for information communication technology or e-government, digital transformation, whatever they're titled. They're the mandated body and they're collecting 4 of them. So again, there's a lot of cross-pollination and cross-interdependencies. If we look at the availability of the DAISY indicators for each of the economies, we see that Serbia has data for all of them, followed by North Macedonia and Montenegro with 92, and then 86.5 by Albania, Kosovo 84%. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the least prepared of the economies and is partly explained also by the structural setup of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is basically split up between regional entities, and they're basically a confederation. So again, here you have a confederation with different regional entities responsible for collecting data rather than the national level. If we look at it in terms of their readiness, we see actually that Serbia again is performing the best here. So all but 3% of data is fully aligned to the relevant methodologies. So they have data for the last 3%, but it's not totally comparable. North Macedonia and Montenegro again come out as the followers with data not available for 8% of the data in both countries, but you see that they are collecting other data, but not fully aligned to the methodology. Again, sort of Albania, Bosnia Herzegovina is at the end of the pack, but quite interestingly, you see that where data is not available, it's also not aligned in Bosnia and Herzegovina, whereas in Albania, it's a split between availability or not aligned methodologies. So Bosnia and Herzegovina either collects it in the right methodology or they don't collect it at all. So that's quite interesting. If we break it down on the 37 indicators, I'm not going to go into details on that, but you see some quite clear patterns around what indicators are the most troublesome. So the greens are all great, the reds are the trouble area, yellow is improvement. So you see the human capital, you see some elements, some gaps. When it comes to the use of internet services, they're fully aligned to the 37 in all of the economies, which is quite positive. Again, you see elements around big data being problematic for some of them. What was interesting here is that there is actually data collected on the availability of open data in all 6 of the economies. And it is available and comparable with international studies, but it's not aligned, and the data that they're looking at is different than what the DAISY is looking for. Yeah? So again, here open data is reflected in that as well. So if we're looking at the conclusions overall, we see that the level of preparedness is quite good. A number of the economies have obviously been going at this for a while. There's close integration and increasing integration in this area. But there's room for improvement. If we look at the domestic authorities, we see that this is where they're actually performing better. The challenge is for the national authorities to collect similar data as that collected for the EU member states by third parties. The key observation here across all the economies was that it's because the methodology changes too often, and they don't get the methodology far enough in advance for the third parties to match the collection period that they need to collect the data in. So the data is collected for a small time window every year, but if you don't get the methodology early enough, you can't prepare for it. And that was the key challenge. The secondary challenge is related to having enough human capacities with the right qualifications within the national institutions. So again, there are some issues here, and the recommendations, we're happy to say, have actually been passed on to the European Commission and the decision-making bodies there with recommendations for the third parties to include the Western Balkan countries in the future for these indicators, because they're highly cumbersome and also in some cases very resource intensive, like mystery shoppers assessing the quality of online government services, which is one of the DAISY indicators, and it's seen as being too expensive for the Western Balkan economies. So here there's a recommendation from the economies and from this study to the European Commission to actually include the Western Balkans in the mystery shopper exercise in the future, to see if there can't be an alignment that way. Again, identified challenges, we've covered them. So again, it's really the ad hoc studies that are the source of some of the indicators. And then secondary, this continuous updating and alignment of national methodologies to changing EU methodologies. But this is only a handful of the indicators, luckily. So some of them are very standardized and are continuing over years and only updated every 5-10 years in methodology, and others are changed a lot more regularly. So again, there's also some strengthening of institutional capacities needed. This came out very clearly in the results of the interviews. Quite interestingly, Zoran is from North Macedonia, so a lot of the interviews he actually did in Serbian or Macedonian because the languages are similar. So we're very comfortable that the interviewees were honest and open because they were talking to one from the same cultural background, and it was very informal, but again, semi-structured interviews. Collaboration and coordination is something that could be strengthened further, but also identifying where resources need to be allocated for implementation of new tools for data collection and data management with the national authorities. So some of the entities need an upgrade in the statistical software in their databases. They're a bit old and cumbersome. So again, further research, what we would actually like to do, and this is outside of the project, is look at the Eastern Partnership countries, which are also starting increasing to look at the DAISY indicators. So a country like Georgia has done that sporadically for some of them in relation to citizens and businesses' use of the internet, government services, online e-commerce. It was funded by US aid, surprisingly, but it was sort of a one-off. So here again, there's more challenges with the statistical institutions' capabilities and resource availability. So it would be interesting to see what's coming out there, because these countries are integrating commercially and in terms of free flow of services and goods. So again, they're looking at Europe in that regard, and they're also recipients of European funds. So they're often asked to indirectly report on that through different projects. And then again, looking at some non-European countries to see if there is a possibility, similar to what the question was to Mariana, is there some other indicators that could be complemented by different countries outside of Europe to see and compare their own performance vis-a-vis the DESI, which actually also breaks down a lot of its data on gender, educational attainment levels, even income levels for some of the user segmentation. So they have small and medium-sized enterprises, they have large enterprises. So they granulate the data to a greater extent than we see in most of the international benchmarks, which means that it gives more value to policymakers because they can see whether or not internet is taken up by specific age groups, specific regions, specific educational attainment groups. So they can target policies better. So that's one of the benefits. Anyway, here's the acknowledgements. I hope it was interesting. I hope I did Soren's work justice, because he is the main author of this paper. I only contributed to the study. So thank you for that. Our contact details are at the back, so please don't hesitate to contact us if you have questions. Soren is the main author here, so he'll be able to talk for hours on this. But if you have any questions, I'll do my best.
Thank you very much, Morten. Questions, please? Yes.
Well, I'm not sure if it's working. Yeah, okay, no worries. Well, congratulations. Great work, and extend the congratulations to our colleague Zoran. I was just wondering, Martin, if you know in more detail how was the selection of the interviewees, from which ministry they come from.
Yeah, so we first identified all the responsible national entities, and it was generally the National Statistical Agency or the regulatory agency with some ministries. And then we actually did, we sent them messages to identify the heads of unit responsible specifically for the data collection of the data sets. So most of them were single interviews, but there was a couple that were group interviews where several people joined the interview because they each collected different data sets, because it was distributed out around different departments. There was actually only one entity that didn't partake in interviews, and I've forgotten which country it was, but of the 18, there was only one that didn't participate. So this response rate was very high, partly to do with the fact that this is a strategic focus in the countries, and also the contract is with the Regional Competence Center, which also had contacts. And I do think that also from my own research, being able to speak the local language like Soren does and coming from the region always opens a few extra doors. So again, on the online survey, there were responses from all entities and they were all complete. So again, the response rate was actually very, very good. Soren did some extra work on the country where there was no interviews. And also a lot of these entities, they actually know each other. The Western Balkans is a small area. They're relatively small countries. They do have collaboration. So he could indirectly also validate a little bit informally with some of the other interviewees on what's going on in the other countries. But otherwise, he reverted and looked at the methodologies and the data quality and also the reports. So, for instance, Eurostat has flagged some of the data and saying this cannot be published because it's not compatible, or this is published but with a disclaimer that the methodology is not fully the same. So I mean, it was interesting, but these are very small entities, so it's a small set of people actually in each country.
Did you face or did you, this is the second question or comment, because I think you were aware of that when we were doing the research for the Portuguese Ministry of Justice. One of the issues that came out very clearly from the beginning was not the issue of how to collect, which data to collect, was about the usefulness about the data that we're going to collect.
That was
and
not-
how to prioritize.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This issue come up
This was not part of the
Of your
research
objectives.
questions and not part of the objectives of the study either. I'm sure Soren have some observations from interviews and conversations, but it was not a part of the study because
Yeah.
it is very clear if they want potential candidate status or membership, they must collect this data. There's no either or, they just have to because it's part of their key community, which means that there might be questions also in the member states about the priority or the relevance of some of these indicators, but they all collect them because it's an obligation. Just anecdotally, when I was a civil servant in Denmark, I was actually part of the membership, the country delegation in the working group developing the DAISY. So I was sent by the Danish government to participate in that. And the discussions was exactly what you're hinting at. What is the relevance of that? Is
Yes,
it
because
ambitious
for
enough?
the-
What's the cost of collecting this data?
Exactly.
Where do we already have data available? And
Their
this is
feedback was exactly that. We need to have lots and lots, a huge amount of data available anytime for anyone that is going to
Yeah.
ask. And we don't know about which international organization, which
Yeah.
index to give priority, what to do,
Yeah.
because
No,
resources are
it's
limited.
a very relevant area. One of the things I remember from the discussion on the new DAISY back in 2013 was that there was a number of member states that was actually very pro collecting more detailed information on the actual use of government services. So not just have you interacted with the internet, have you used e-commerce, have you downloaded a form, have you used a transactional service, but look at the benchmark services and get live data from the back-end systems. This was when gov.uk started doing their performance platform. It was when the Danes did their digital by default strategy. So they were collecting data, but there was a lot of member states that said, we don't collect this data and we don't have the resources. So it got parked, not because there was not an agreement that this is relevant data, but just because of the cost of collection and the complexity of collection was going to be too big. So, I mean, I can reflect on that only from my previous experience, but I am sure similar questions are asked in the Western Balkans, also because they are smaller entities with less resources than, for instance, even the Portuguese. So again, this would be logical to assume, but I cannot confirm it. Soren can confirm that. So,
Any other question? Morten, yeah, the study is very useful. First, because it is an application of DAISY somewhere, European countries, and secondly, for the content, because we can compare these countries with other European. You touched this thing of data collection with Mariana also, and in your presentation. And you write, I saw now in your paper, that domestic data collection and calculations is not feasible due to complexity, methodological. And you mentioned also they don't have the human resources, they don't have the financial resources. Can you tell us in bullets which are these problems in collection and calculation that you say here to elaborate a little bit?
so if I remember correctly, it's the third-party studies that were particularly problematic, and it was some of them was problematic not because of the complexity, but because they just got the methodology so late, and the methodology changed every year, that they didn't have time to prepare for the window they had to collect the data in for it to be comparable. So some of the data was collected in a time window of, say, November, but if you only get the methodology in October, then you don't have the time to do it. And if you collect it in January, you can't compare it because it's not the same window. So again, very detailed. Others were just the calculation methods around the affordability was one that gave them a little bit of headaches, I believe, if I remember correctly, because of how do you calculate, first, how do you collect all the data and all the costing from all the telco providers, all the internet providers? How do you pool it? How do you weight the different prices up against customer bases on different packages with different pricing? And then the easy part is then compare it to your consumer price index and your purchasing power index. Yeah, that was easy, but it was this calculation of the weighted groups of consumers on what packages, on what providers, at what price, which changes all the time. Yeah. So again, with the liberalization, also push of the telco providers, you often have 3 or 4 mobile providers, you have a couple of fixed line providers, and then you have all the mobile internet and the cable TV with the internet packages. How do you split that up? How do you calculate the price of the internet component with your cable package and your home telephone and your mobile phone? That's a key challenge. I think it's even a challenge in a number of very advanced statistical agencies, because it's just very difficult to collect data that's alive and jello, like so yeah.
Thank you, Morten. So thank you very much.
¿Te salió el aviso de grabación?
Okay, this one
¿Sí?
is from
Ok, de acuerdo. Bueno,
Yolanda
good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity and Knowledge and Information Society, and together with my...
Wait. This is from Yolanda Martinez and Ana González Ramos from Mexico, transforming digital inclusion services to enhance women development in Mexico. Okay. So.
Martinez. I'm a PhD in Knowledge and Information Society, and together with my one of my thesis directors, Dr. Ana Maria Gonzalez for University of Pablo Olavide in Spain, we are going to present this research paper that is the result also of my thesis work. So I'm very excited for the opportunity to be here and to share with all of you this amazing work. We have structured the presentation according to the following content. First, we would like to share with all of you the motivation for this research, how we structure the objective, the theoretical framework, the setup, the research question and methodology, what were our findings and conclusions, and what policy recommendations can enhance future digital inclusion programs around the world. And to get started, I would like to provide some context. Within Latin America and the Caribbean, 26 countries work with the Inter-American Development Bank. And from those 26 countries, only 16 have a digital agenda as part of their country digital planning framework. And this is extremely relevant because if we don't have an agenda or transformation as a state policy, it is very hard, as we are going to see, to really leverage and promote a holistic approach on how connectivity, usage, and appropriation of ICT can really enhance the development opportunities of our countries, and especially the most vulnerable population. This data, especially this graph from ILAC, allow us to analyze how our countries historically, at least since 2004 up to 2018, have prioritized investment in connectivity infrastructure. And although there has been investment in human capital, this investment has been maintaining 1% over a longer period of time. This gap between investment in connectivity and investment in human capital represents a huge risk on leaving a lot of people behind, especially those in vulnerable situations, from the benefits of a digital era. With that context, in 2013, the government of Mexico launched the telecommunications reform. And within that reform, the objective was to update our legal framework and to recognize as a constitutional right access to internet and the obligation of the state to have a national digital inclusion policy as a state policy, as a state obligation, no matter who rules the country. The reform paid off. We were able to double internet coverage over a 6-year period. And this is thanks to having more competition within the telecom sector. And also, we structured to have a National Digital Strategy Coordination Office within the President's Office, responsible for defining the National Digital Strategy priorities, to coordinate the implementation of this strategy, working in a very collaborative mode with the national ecosystem as well as the international digital ecosystem, and to prioritize and design programs that were transversal and allow us to focus on energy in 5 objectives and 5 enablers. So the first objective of the National Digital Strategy was how we use technology to transform government, how we use technology to foster our economy and really leverage what digital can bring in terms for SMEs and major digital transformation sectors. How we use technology to enhance our education system, to have a more effective universal health, how to encourage civic innovation and civic participation. And we'll prioritize 5 enablers, connectivity as a major priority to really make sure that everything we design and find in terms of content really reach the majority of our people. Inclusion and digital skills to really leverage and prioritize how we're going to promote that everyone in our country learn to use ICT and to really enhance their capability to be more productive by using ICTs wisely. Interoperability to really make government more efficient, a legal framework that provides certainty within all interactions in digital, and a very aggressive open data policy that really leverage the power of information and data-driven public sector decision making. One of the major projects was to really put every single digital government service in a one-stop shop, and this is called GovMX. We managed to work with all government entities in having a single point of access to unify the experience in digital and to democratize access to digital government services, and also to work very collaborative in designing a new model of digital inclusion centers where people could go and learn digital skills. Those digital inclusion centers are called Punto México Conectado, where this research took place. And one of the motives was how we leverage that we make all this effort in digitizing digital government services, including the digital dimension within our education system, and how do we make sure that vulnerable populations take advantage of this? One of the motivations was how we cross different public policies for cash transfer programs where most of the beneficiaries are women, and how we use those cash transfer programs to include the variable of digital inclusion as part of the entire policy, and how we find new ways to take advantage of this infrastructure of Puntos México Conectados to have women participating in the program, attending to those digital inclusion courses. And more specifically, the objective was to explore and describe if and how acquisition of digital capabilities enhance the development opportunities of women living in impoverished communities, but very close to Puntos México Conectados. That was the motivation, and I will turn it over to Ana Maria to describe the methodology and our theoretical framework. Ana Maria?
Hello, everyone. Our approach in this research is the marketing capability approach. It supports that the capabilities of people, of the population, is essential for the development of the community. So education is the key to develop communities, and particularly in a knowledge society. So digital capability, which is the main skills that these theses are developing, and the work in the digital strategy of Mexico, the Mexican government are fundamental for people in both personal and professional development. So this research are centered on the government and the civil society reaction, and we assume that these actors must lead the digitalization of the population, mostly when the people involved are living in precarious conditions. So this is a thesis of the ICT for development, and this is the way that Van Dersen and Van Dijk are defining digital divide, and they said that we have to make an effort to provide people to education with this and familiarization with these tools, with digital and ICT tools. And we need to provide devices to use it, to use them, and provide digital skills to these people, and also the usage access. It means that they need to think in what important is these digital technologies for them and for the family and for the community to make a significant meaning for them. So if you can, there's the next one, please. So the capability approach gives people choices where in our case, women are the excellent actors to promote this change, this positive change in their neighborhood, because first they are the weakest link in the digital gender gap, and also because we know that they promote a good direction for all their family. So there are two different reasons because the Mexican government choose women in impoverishing neighborhood to participate in this program. So the thesis aims to explore this program and this potentiality of the capability approach with a case study based on mixed methods, sets up with the descriptive analysis using secondary data from the digital survey, and compare with the responses of these women who attend to the first meeting to participate in this program, and with the aim to know how is the level of access and familiarization and digital skills that they have. So after the courses evaluation, we evaluate the attendance to the courses, and we have a different focus group with them in different moments during the courses, and also an interview with the facilitator of these courses. So, Yolanda, if you want to show the results.
Yes, just to give you a contextualization, the program took place in one of the 32 Puntos México Conectados. In Mexico, there is a Punto México Conectado in every state. And the case study location was selected because the number of families participating in the Prospera program that were very close to the Punto México Conectado is a very representative state of vulnerable population conditions, and the process on how we selected women, it was randomly selected. We decided to incorporate 64 because they really wanted to participate, and we started the research with that. The policy intervention took place considering 5 courses that were already within the curriculum of Punto México Conectado, plus 1 that was decided to be added to see how women react to that, which was personal finance course. And we learned a lot from this exercise. First of all, because women did learn. It was very active, their participation, and since these were courses already within the Punto México Conectado curriculum, it was a very structured way of measuring the results. So we find that as complexity within the courses increase, course evaluation went from excellent to satisfactory, but in all cases, the results of the evaluation is at least satisfactory, which is a very good news. We also learned that we have dropouts, even though women were selected because they were living very close to Punta México Conectado, given the fact that they were close to the digital center, it was not enough. And it was very interesting to see how different factors, contextual factors on women surroundings prevent them from attending the courses, even though they really show a lot of motivation and enthusiasm in their participation. So the major reasons for dropouts were mainly health issues, family issues, work issues, and presumably gender stereotype issues, like, for example, having testimonies of women sharing that they stop attending because their husbands make a reclamation of them not taking care of the house or their kids because they went out and attend the digital inclusion courses. For those women that have an active and consistent participation within the course, it was very encouraging to see how they apply what they learn in making their businesses more productive, in how they really value the independence that they gain in the courses, because they that knowledge provided them with the possibility to help their kids in doing their homework, for example, as well as their work or their entrepreneurship ideas. And this is some quotes of women testimonies or sample of quotes of what women experience in this during the policy intervention. So we also selected a few quotes on how we found within, especially the focus group conversation with women, certain gender stereotype behaviors that still remain present within the most vulnerable population, and that provide evidence on how important it is to incorporate within every digital inclusion program gender stereotypes that empower women and allow them to recognize when these stereotypes happen, and how we can provide them with tools to avoid them or to prevent them. We also learned from this research how important it is to have family and close friend support to participate in the program. We asked within the focus groups what were their motivation if they shared the news of being selected to participate in the courses, and most of the participants expressed how relevant was for them to have their family support, their close friend support, taking care of their kids while they attend the Punto Mexico Conectado, how relevant was the role of the facilitator and the skill and the empathetic that this person holding this role as a as facilitator is to really encourage and keep the learning and motivation high. Adequate and ICT infrastructure, which was the objective of the Puntos Mexico Conectado, to have, infrastructure at the edge in very vulnerable communities so people can access freely good quality content and be close and to have a digital experience that is relevant for them and their context. A proven learning framework, we were able to set up this policy intervention because most of the content was already designed following educational program and frameworks with enough evidence on learning from the participants. And in summary, we were very happy to see how women really gain independence, how they got motivated when they see that they could learn, that they could not only satisfy their family needs, but also their own, and that even though motivation was high, dropouts occurred, meaning that we still have an opportunity in the sense of policymaking process to really try in different ways to provide good digital inclusion content, not only physical spaces, but using many other methods like online learning. Women who finished the program accomplished independence and autonomy in ICT usage. And these results allow us to make very key policy recommendations, like to implement digital skills acquisition as part of social programs, conditionality factors, which was one of the main purpose of this research, to gather evidence on how women use technology, how they incorporate technology in their daily lives, and how this incorporation into daily lives really empower them to make better decisions according to what they prioritize in terms of their development, to integrate as part of social protection programs content associated with gender stereotype, to widen access to Puntos Mexico Conectados curriculum through different learning challenges, not only physically the digital centers, to launch permanent communication campaigns using many other different public infrastructure, the public and free Wi-Fi spots, to really scale different type of boot camps. For example, for women that finish these intro courses can definitely continue their learning process. And that's it. It's a very executive presentation, but we're very happy to be able to share and to have the opportunity to show the results of this research. Ana Maria?
Thank you very much. Well, we have your comments, suggestions, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Ya dejé de grabar, a ver cómo nos salió. Pero sí cumplimos el tiempo, ¿eh?
No, yo creo que nos hemos pasado, ¿no? A ver,
La corté en 13, pero como le puedo cortar el inicio, o sea, para que quede en los 15, lo bajo.
Are these personal issues?
Vale, comprueba porque al menos a mí en la parte de policy recommendation
Do we through in the GDPR in the
para que se descargue.
Okay. So an interesting one. I will read just one phrase. Maybe it collects some summaries. It writes for the paper. The case study showed that women living in vulnerable, impoverished communities, when given the opportunity to learn and develop digital capabilities, do actively participate in digital inclusion programs. They have the motivation to learn and gain independence in the internet and ICT usage. They incorporate new learnings in their daily life and give it meaningful usage. It's an interesting mention. It is.
Because when we have limitations in having access to something that I don't know their age, I don't know if they are old or young, but given the opportunity to learn something, to use the technology, I think they will be very happy with that, trying to do their best and learn a lot. So from what I know from women. Maybe I should be comment, but yes, I'm thinking about women that usually don't have access to that. It is not a surprise for me that when they have the opportunity to
They grab it
everything.
and use it. Okay, the fourth paper is from Brazil. Yes, Brazil. Security and threats in the Brazilian e-voting system, a documentary case study based on public security tests by Jessica Pegorini, Aline Souza, Andrea Portoncelli, Rodrigo Pagno, Newton Carlos Will. No. We have two more. Yes, this and two. Why does it start?
Hello everyone, I'm Newton and I will present to you our paper Security and Threats in the Brazilian Vote System, a documentary case study based on public tests. This is our agenda, a little introduction, the Brazilian vote system, the public security tests, the research methods applied in this work, our findings, discussions, and conclusions. Many countries have been evolving their voting process, adopting electronic voting systems. These systems can be placed in two categories, supervised and remote. Brazil uses a supervised vote system, with the voting machines maintained by the Superior Electoral Court, which is responsible for the entire Brazilian electoral process. Seeking to improve the system, Brazilian electoral justice carry out internal tests and also promote public security tests, where experts can carry out attack plans against the Brazilian electoral system. The breaches found by the experts are reported, documented, and the Superior Electoral Court ensured to apply appropriate corrections. This paper aims to compile and analyze all attack plans presented in 5 editions of public security tests, assessing the security of Brazilian electoral system, and reporting what breaches the voting machines and the system are susceptible to. We also seek to explore the limitations of public security tests, since it does not cover all aspects of the electoral process. Brazil is one of the largest democracies in the world, where about 8% of the electoral population actively participates in elections. Voting secrecy was guaranteed to voters in 1932 with the creation of the Electoral Justice, which brought the voting booths and official ballots for voting. The Electoral Code, also from 1932, has provisions for the use of voting machines, and the search for the automation of the electoral system led to the construction of many projects of voting machines. In 1989, an experimental computer was used for a computerized voting section in Brusque City. This was the starting point for the voting computerization process. In 1994, occurred the first vote tabulation of general election using a computerized system located at the Superior Electoral Court. The new voting machines were introduced in the country in 1996, but only in 2000 the elections became entirely electronic. The development of vote machines currently used in Brazil began in 1995, and all vote machines are composed of electoral terminal used to identify the voter, and another for identify the votes. These two devices are physically connected by a cable. The vote machine, called Directory Record Electronic, is a computer running Linux-based operation system developed by the Brazilian Electoral Justice. The software runs in a dedicated chipset in standalone mode, and software and data are stored in a memory card. the vote machines do not have any type of network hardware. Zero tape is a report generated right after the installation of each vote machine and shows that this has no stored vote. This document is signed by the president and the secretary of the polling station, and also by party inspectors who are present at the polling station. At the end of the election, 5 copies of the poll tape are printed, which is the report containing all information from the polling station, with the number of votes to each candidate. Elections end at 5 p.m. The data stored in the vote machines are digitally signed and recorded on results media, which is encrypted using standard algorithms defined by the Superior Electoral Court. These data are sent to the transmission centers through an encrypted network used exclusively by the Electoral Justice. The results are forwarded to the Superior Electoral Court in Brasilia, which is responsible for tabulation and publishing, which can be monitored in real time, and it's possible to follow the evolution of the tabulation every minute. Public security tests are events promoted by the Brazilian Electoral Justice that gather several experts in computer science in order to carry out attack plans against the security mechanisms to the Brazilian electoral system, in an attempt to exploit known or unknown vulnerabilities. Public security tests are carried out following 3 stages that involves the preparation, execution, and evaluation of the event. Each expert or a group of experts must register their attack plans, which will be revised and validated by Superior Electoral Court. Accepted attack plans are executed by the expert, and then the evaluation committee analyzes the test reports of each expert and produces the final report that presents the results achieved. The main goal of this study is to investigate the occurrence of failures and vulnerabilities in the Brazilian vote system found by security technicians and experts during the public security test editions. We define 3 research questions: which failures and or vulnerabilities were identified in the public security tests, how failures and vulnerabilities identified in the public security tests editions were fixed, are the public security tests adequate to access the security of the Brazilian voting system. The main source of information in this investigation is the archived data. The archives data used in this study consisted of technical reports that contain information about each of the public security test editions, which are published on the Electoral Justice website. These reports are written by a technical commission and includes all the attack plans carried out in the electoral system, as well as the results obtained. This study analyzed the collected data qualitatively through grounding theory. This technique was used to code, categorize, and synthesize the data of each public security test edition. The year of 2009 set the beginning of public security tests. We observed that the voting system presented no major vulnerabilities in the test performance, where no investigator was able to change the destination of the votes or break the secrets of the vote. One of the investigators aimed to break the secrets of the vote by capturing the electromagnetic radiation emitted by the keyboard of the vote machine during the voting. The vote machine manufacturer later started to encrypt the terminal keys so that a different electoral signal is produced each time a key is pressed, preventing any attempt to identify a pattern of key pressing. The second edition of public security tests occurred 3 years later. One of the groups was successful in executing the attack plan due to an error in a digital record of the vote, where the written sequence is deterministic and can be derived independently from the public products of an election. Superior Electoral Court said that this does not violate the voter secrets, but will demonstrate that the vote can be linked to the voter even if the data is randomized. Third edition of public security tests were realized in 2016, and we observed that there were many successful attack plans. One of the investigators was able to access the poll tape and change these results, using it as an entry to the ballot system of the vote machine and producing a new vote tape with fake results. In response, Superior Electoral Court corrected this problem by modifying the pool tapes verification code algorithm, now using an authenticator and a QR code with digital signature. Another group of investigators also succeed in executing their attack plan, being able to record the voting machine's audio instructions, which are used by blind people in voting. The solution presented by the Superior Electoral Court was to restrict the use of audio only to previously registered voters or unlock it by the polling station president. The fourth public security test was held in 2017, and several attack plans were rejected by the Events Evaluation Committee. In contrast, several tests were carried out successfully, presenting several contributions, among them the leakage of the cryptographic key from the voting machine media in the source code inspection environment, a bug in the digital signature check mechanism, and absence of complementary digital signature in two systems libraries. Superior Electoral Court worked to correct these vulnerabilities by reducing the number of libraries, improving the software testing procedures, and implementing a new key derivation mechanism. The last edition of the event occurred in 2019. One group of the researchers were able to obtain a disk encryption key using reverse engineered techniques and to alter data printed in the zero tape and the pool tape. Superior Electoral Court listed the countermeasures to be implemented in the system to mitigate the detected vulnerabilities, which include the removal of the encryption key containing source code, the reduction of datasets, use of previously signed data wherever possible, and signature of the SQLite database. A set of vulnerabilities and failures were found in the Brazilian electronic voting system in the 5 editions of public secret tests. The first edition demonstrated the possibility of intercepting the numbers typed in the vote machine. It was questioned the lack of standardization of procedures in regional electoral courts in relation to the process of preparing the vote machines. In second edition, the possibility of obtaining the voting sequence in a vote machine was demonstrated. Several possibilities of manipulating the kernel parameters for boot were also observed, opening backdoors for other attacks. It was demonstrated the possibility of replacing the vote machine flashcard after the end of the elections, changing the votes before their transmissions to the regional electoral courts. The experts were able to obtain the cryptographic key that was hard-coded of the memory card that performs the system load to the vote machine, allowing the inspection of critical parts of the software and the leakage of other sensitive cryptographic keys. Also, it was demonstrated the execution of arbitrary code in the vote machine, allowing the insertion of anomalous text and system startup. Finally, in the last edition of public security test, experts demonstrated that it's possible to tamper with voting machine preparation data, which can bring damage results to the election results. After each public security test edition, Superior Electoral Court released a report describing what procedures will be taken to mitigate the problems found by the experts. To prevent the numbers typed from being captured by the electromagnetic readings, the new vote machines are now equipped with an isolated keyboard, and some improvements in the digital record of the vote were applied to ensure the anonymity of the vote. A set of encryption keys were removed from source code. The number of libraries using the system was reduced, and other improvements were implemented in the encryption procedure. All these improvements were described in the public security test reports, but it is difficult to describe how they were implemented or even to ensure that they were implemented, since the source code of the systems using the vote machines is not publicly currently available. It's well known that the public security test is a way for the Superior Electoral Court to allow the evaluation of the hardware and software resources used in the elections by the external members, but is still far from covering all the aspects necessary for IT experts to be able to carry out a broad and detailed analysis of the process. Superior Electoral Court imposes several limitations to the participants of the public security tests, including a short period of time to analyze all the source code from the voting machine systems, and also not all systems used during the elections are subject to analysis by the experts. Another issue is the fact that the researchers must register their attack plans before the event, which will be analyzed by the Superior Electoral Court Committee and can be rejected if they do not meet the requirements imposed. Such restrictions can bias the test result. Finally, the system may still present vulnerabilities against an internal attacker with privileged access. So, public security tests are an important initiative for the improvement of the Brazilian electronic voting system, aiming to test the security, integrity, and authenticity of the system, but it does not cover all the aspects and systems used in an election and imposes a series of restrictions on participants, limiting the scope of the vulnerabilities that can be found. Finally, there are still many concerns about the transparency of the voting machines and all the systems that make up the voting and tabulation process. There are several discussions about the creation of independent mechanisms to audit the operation of the vote machines, including a paper trail to verify the votes stored in the vote machine memory. These are the references used in this presentation. So you have any questions, please send me an email. Thank you.
Okay, we have two more papers from the United, coming from United Nations family, let's say. The first one, the next one, is Reframing E-Participation for Sustainable Development by Victoria Palassin, Angelica Marie Jundel, Vincenzo Acquaro, and Wai Min Kwok.
PIDG, I'm very pleased to join you virtually at this 2021 meeting of UNU-EGOV under the overall theme of Smart Digital Governance for Global Sustainability. First of all, allow me to express my deep appreciation to the Hellenic digital governance, to our close partner UNU-EGOV unit of United Nations University, and to the other organizer for hosting this year's UNU-EGOV despite the challenging times we are in. Dear colleagues, Target 16.7 on 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development specifically calls for ensuring responsive, inclusive,
we have
participatory,
shots
and
from Vincenzo.
representative decision-making at all levels. Therefore, e-participation is increasingly being recognized as a key enabler of sustainable development. And COVID-19 pandemic has not only accelerated the shift to digital and fundamentally shaken up the digital government landscape, but has very much amplified the importance of e-participation towards a digitally transformed public sector. That is the reason why in DESA we have been working intensively on these topics, and we have led a research study with two of our brilliant young fellows, Victoria Palassin and Angelica Zundert, and with my colleague Waimin Kwok, we have presented this research paper titled Reframing E-Participation for Sustainable Development. I really hope our paper can add value to this academic discussion and on how to strengthen e-participation stakeholder engagement to improve the quality of public service delivery, as well as on how proactively people engagement at all levels will identify services and policy gaps, addressing inequalities and discrimination challenges, and can contribute to create well-being for all, leaving no one behind. Enjoy the presentation.
Thank you, Vincenzo, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you everyone who is watching this presentation today. I am Victoria Falusin, and today I'm going to be sharing the findings of this article related to e-participation and how we reframe it to support sustainable development. I'd like to begin by reminding the audience a few facts about e-participation. As you may all know already,
Experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As Chief of Digital Government Branch at the United Nations Target Team Pandemic in the quality of...
So for that wonderful introduction. And thank you everyone who is watching this presentation today. I am Victoria Falusin, and today I'm going to be sharing the findings of this article related to e-participation and how we reframe it to support sustainable development. I'd like to begin by reminding the audience a few facts about e-participation. As you may all know already, many governments around the world are leveraging technologies already for public governance. As a matter of fact, they represent 80% of United Nations member states. The UN has been measuring global, regional, and local trends on e-participation since 2003 through the e-government survey and through the e-government development index. And we see participation as a key area of development for the future and as a currently very relevant area for public governance because it is key enabler for the Sustainable Development Goal number 16. And we all have observed firsthand the devastation that the pandemic has brought, but at the same time, we have also seen the opportunities that technology has been brought during these difficult times and how the coordinated use of technology could actually not only connect us all together, but also ensure the functioning of societies during a crisis. So definitely lots of very promising avenues for development in regards to e-participation. E-participation, as a matter of fact, is a concept that started evolving around the 70s and it continues to evolve to this day. It started with some sketches of types of participation and different ways in which people could engage with their governance. And with these early discussions about democratic dialogues facilitated via teleconferencing, back then, these were all ideas, which of course materialized decades later. Nowadays, we already have not only the e-participation index and different levels, but also we have a much broader understanding of technology and the ways that it can help humans. So I'd like today to take a little bit more time to talk about the focus of this study, which is indeed the UN e-participation index. This is an index that first of all, when it was published, it defined the participation as a process of engaging citizens through information and communication technologies in policy decision-making and service design and delivery. And it's an index that has three core components. On one hand, it's really focused on the supply side. It's really focused on the way that e-governments are providing e-participation. On the other hand, it's a framework that recognizes the intrinsic and instrumental value of e-participation. It recognizes that e-participation is important, of course, to create like a desirable society, but at the same time, it's very important to make e-governments better and governments in general better in the sense of like it can improve their service delivery, it can enhance the legitimacy of their decisions, it can increase their accountability, and therefore it's it has this intrinsic and instrumental value for society. So this index is also like a multi-phased framework because it has three core components. It has the e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making, and it uses these three components to map different services and e-services that are being provided to citizens by governments. Increasingly, we are seeing that technologies are being used in different ways to provide e-participation services, and people interact with these services in different ways. For instance, we see that information is being released through PDFs, but at the same time, information is being released through interactive tools. And although these services may be considered the same, they are not the same. So there is a need to bring a little bit of research from human-computer interaction and like computer sciences to understand these different ways in which interactions are affecting e-participation fundamentally. So we have been doing extensive work based on literature reviews, case studies, and qualitative insights to propose these six sub-dimensions of e-participation. Well, the first two are the provision of information and the e-enabling type of participations. We see that e-information can be achieved in different ways. The same technology can be implemented in different forms to achieve to basically achieve the flow of information that a government needs. However, this flow of information it can be quite different. For instance, it can be quite different to receive a PDF of a document or to be able to access an interactive service where you can comment or where you can have a more like two-way relationship with your government. And we think it's very important to start differentiating those types of interactions because they fundamentally affect participation at the end of the day. For instance, in the provision of information, we see how information in many portals is being mainly spread in a notificatory type of form, meaning that it notifies people, but people cannot really do anything about it. On the other hand, we see that there are also like information services that are more towards the e-enabling side, where governments are providing information that enable people's participation. They invite people to participate. And we, for instance, see here a couple of cases where the government of Sri Lanka has a portal where people can access government information through a call center. This service is closer to a provision of information type of service. And another service is a service provided by the government of Uganda, where the government has a citizens interaction center. Both services have achieved the same. They provide information. They do it in different ways. We see that in the e-consultation level, there are also two different types of interactions appearing. On one hand, there are interactions of the e-discourse type, which are basically interactions that are provided through the government, through a government service, and that they are basically aimed at gathering opinions and needs regarding service delivery, and very often feedback, for instance. And on the other hand, we see dialogues that are basically interactions where government is consulting people on policy or on service delivery matters through digital spaces where they can engage in a bit more of a conversation about this. For instance, we see here that two examples, one from Singapore. In Singapore, there is the annually government perception survey that is being carried by the government. People answers, and this survey is also published online for everyone's use, but is very much on the government side for collecting and processing. And on the other hand, we see an example of e-government in Brazil, where there is a portal called participa.br that allows virtual participation and social participation in general, where citizens can communicate with officers from different types of different types of government bodies, and they can consult each other on like their opinions and their thoughts on certain actions. Then we also see two different types of interactions when it comes to decision making, to e-decision making. We see collaboratory interactions that are aimed at like enhancing policy making, at making
the government more more co-design, co-producing services, and to facilitate this information flow between citizens and governments in such a way that it's not only information, but it's also knowledge about things. We see, for instance, examples of call law services where governments and people are collaborating to improve the laws being created. We see, for instance, examples of crowdsourcing of environmental observations. We see participatory budgeting, which is a great example of e-collaboration. And on the other hand, we see also e-empowerment, which is a different type of strategy that is emerging, where governments are creating portals to support bottom-up participation, where citizens basically drive their own agendas of what they want to solve and how they want to solve it, and the government plays more of a support role, creating the platform and the space for this to happen. And then the civic initiatives being created are integrated into the public administration to enhance it. So this is a new type of participation that is a lot less common, but it's increasingly emerging. For instance, in Australia here, we have an example of how they are enhancing e-collaboration by creating services that are centered around people's needs. And they are trying to involve citizens in the creation of the services and the programs and the policies that they are launching. But we also see an example of e-empowerment in Uganda, where there is this national e-government master plan that includes one main pillar of digital inclusion and empowerment, which is a pillar aimed at designing services that first are identified by people, like people can participate in this process to show what are the, for instance, like the data literacy or digital literacy needs, and those needs are driving the entire development and of this plan. So these are like different types of e-participation. So these six types of e-participation are showing us something. They are showing us that e-participation is complex in practice. And e-participation can happen in many ways. And as I was saying earlier, different tools can achieve the same thing in different ways. But it's important to differentiate these interactions because, for instance, in here we can see that there are certain interactions that are very interactive, but they are much more complex to implement than others. Like releasing something static is a lot simpler than releasing something more interactive. And this is a phenomenon that has been very well studied in fields such as human-computer interaction, but it's a lot less studied in the field of e-participation. And we think that it is important to talk about this because the differences of interactions are limiting the way that people can participate. And a service that can be branded as a very participatory service, it can end up not really being participatory and not really enhance anyone's rights. Therefore, we conclude that this exercise has been really useful to understand how e-participation is taking shape when it's being facilitated by technology. And we believe this is going to be helpful not only to understand how to deliver the 2030 agenda, but also to understand how to foster trust and meaningful interactions between governments and people. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As Chief of Digital Government Branch at the United
This would be an interesting paper to open the discussion about this index sometime, maybe in the future. We should see it. The last one is again from UN Families. The title is Redesigning the United Nations E-Government Survey in Light of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Towards a Post-COVID Digital Society by Gianluca Misuraca, Roni Medaglia, Vincenzo Acquaro.
And I'm very glad to present a paper that I have co-authored with colleagues Gianluca Misuraca from the Politecnico di Milano and Vincenzo and Social Affairs. The paper is titled Redesigning the UN E-Government Survey in Light of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Towards a Post-COVID Digital Society. This paper is based on results from research conducted by Gianluca Misurata for the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. The study has been carried out under the guidance of the Chief of the Digital Government Branch and the team in charge of preparing the UN-EGOV Survey 2022, who provided insights to enrich the analysis. Findings of the research were then presented to the UN Expert Group meeting on e-government that was held between 29th and 31st of March 2021, benefiting of the inputs received during the discussions. As a disclaimer, I would like to point out that the designations employed and the presentation of the material in this paper do not imply the expression of any opinion whatsoever on the part of the United Nations. Our study draws on a review of existing international e-government benchmarking exercises that are done across the globe. By reviewing these benchmarking activities, we found that the high-level macro indicators used to measure the uptake of information and communication technologies and e-government in the public sector of a country are mainly related to the technology infrastructure, the affordability, human capital, level of smart government, availability of online services, transparency, cross-border mobility, and participation levels. These studies also use a mix of instruments such as benchmarking, bench learning, and self-assessment, and a mix of methodologies such as mystery shopping, surveys, web research, public data analysis, user testing, and interviews in order to measure the progress of e-government in various countries. In particular, the e-government survey carried out by the United Nations has been a powerful tool for capturing the evolution of digital government in countries across the world, and to promote benchmarking and bench learning since its inception in 2001. Building on indicators measuring the adequacy of telecommunication infrastructure, the ability of human resources to promote and use information and communication technologies, and the availability of online services and content, the survey represents the most comprehensive overview of digital government progress at a global scale. In a rapidly transforming global context, however, the UN survey faces new challenges to capture the complexity of digital government evolution. In particular, the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the increasing relevance of the Sustainable Development Goals identified in the UN 2030 Agenda require the survey to be revised and refined. The concept of sustainable development has in fact been renewed in the digital age and has extended its original focus on the nature of economic growth only to more widely encompass the three dimensions of economic development, social development, and environmental protection. Based on an ongoing analysis of the UN-EGOV survey instruments, we look at the transformative impact of digital innovation against the traditional channels of online service delivery of the previous generations of e-government, and we identify two ways forward. First, we propose that particular attention should be given to discussing the critical trends in digital transformation and to what are the main issues and challenges emerging in light of the pandemic and in light of the response of public sector organizations, in search of strengthening digital resilience and multi-level governance. The uniqueness of the UN-EGOV survey will therefore remain, but it could be enriched by more granular data, matching better supply and demand, and paving the road for possible measurements of outcomes and better understanding of impacts on the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Agenda objectives. For instance, a dedicated study could be conducted to assess how digital government technologies can best advance the Sustainable Development Goals. With the participation of about 40 experts representing all world's region, and with the presence of 2 Assistant Secretary General, an expert group meeting featuring high-level presentations has been organized in March 2021. The participation of selected new experts who provided new perspectives and suggestions proved also useful to reconsider established practices and in view of changes in the approach required by the new paradigms that emerge in a post-COVID-19 world. Among the most important issues that is worth highlighting here is that there was a consensus on the fact that during its 20 years of implementation, the e-government survey has been an extremely powerful instrument. However, there was also a general agreement on the fact that the survey should provide indications on how to improve key areas of development and pave the way for assessing concrete policy impacts at country and regional level in relation to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This including both a focus on SDG 16, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions, and SDG 17, that is partnership for the goals, but also a broader analysis of the cross-cutting effects of digital government on the entire set of the SDGs. The next steps in this preliminary study are twofold. From a research point of view, there is a need to establish a systematic framework that links digital government to each of the Sustainable Development Goals, since the SDGs will gain increasing relevance in the public discourse. From a practice point of view, we call for embedding the SDGs in the way digital government progress is measured. So a great opportunity is offered by the ongoing revision of the methodology of the 2022 e-government survey that is carried out by the United Nations. We look forward to further sharing the progress of this endeavor with the digital government research community in the near future. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, this was the last paper of Digital Governance Assessment Methods paper session number 11. Thank you all for your attendance. And just to inform you that in a few minutes we'll start the keynote lecture in plenary 3, entitled "We Need to Talk About Data and the Society We Want to Build with It," with Lorraine Porciunsula in the main room, in the room Athens. Thank you very much.